Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the bedroom seemed untouched except for the thick red curtains that wouldn't move. Closer inspection revealed the fabric had been stitched directly into the drywall. When they tore them free, the wall beneath had something painted on it, rows of black handprints, all small, all upside down. Amber Hollies had lived in the quiet neighborhood of Pinewood Grove for 15 years. A speech therapist at the local elementary school, she was known for her patient demeanor and thoughtful gifts. Her colonial-style home sat on a corner lot with a garden that bloomed reliably each spring with tulips and daffodils she'd planted when she first moved in after her divorce. She was a creature of habit, her neighbors would later tell investigators. Every morning at precisely 6:15, she would take her golden retriever, Samson, for a walk around the neighborhood pond. She'd wave to the same people, Mr. Peterson watering his lawn, the Garvey twins waiting for their school bus, and sometimes Mrs. Winters, who collected her newspaper in a silk robe regardless of the weather. On Wednesdays, Amber would visit her mother at Oakwood Assisted Living Facility. The staff there noted her consistent arrivals at 5:30 p.m., always carrying a small potted plant or a book. Her mother, suffering from early onset dementia, would often not remember these visits, but Amber came nonetheless, sitting quietly beside her, sometimes reading aloud, sometimes just holding her hand. She was the kind of person who made small, meaningful gestures, recalled Lauren Winters, her neighbor of 8 years. One winter when my husband was deployed, she shoveled our driveway before I woke up. Never mentioned it, that's just who she was. Which is why her absence was immediately noticed. On Monday, April 17th, 2023, Amber didn't show up for work. Her classroom of third graders waited as the principal made calls. By 10 a.m., with no answer from her cell phone or home line, the school contacted Amber's emergency contact, her younger sister, Diane. "I knew something was wrong right away," Diane later told reporters. "Amber wouldn't just not show up. She once came to school with pneumonia because she didn't want to disappoint her students." Diane drove to her sister's house, finding it locked but hearing Samson barking frantically inside. Using her emergency key, she entered to find the dog unfed and the house seemingly in order. Amber's car was in the garage. Her purse and phone were on the kitchen counter. The coffee maker was set up but hadn't been turned on. "It felt like she had just stepped out for a minute," Diane said, but something felt off. The house was too quiet, too still. Diane called the police, who initially treated Amber's disappearance as a potential medical emergency. Officers did a thorough search of the house and property, but found no signs of forced entry or struggle. They noted only that her bed appeared to have been slept in, and her nightly medication had been taken from its pill organizer. For 3 days, community volunteers searched the area. They checked the pond where she walked Samson, the wooded area behind the elementary school, and the hiking trails she frequented on weekends. Flyers with Amber's smiling face appeared on storefronts and telephone poles throughout Pinewood Grove. Detective Marcus Reynolds, a 15-year veteran of the Pinewood Police Department, was assigned to the case. He had handled missing persons before, but something about this one made the hairs on his neck stand up. "There was no digital footprint after 9:30 p.m. on Sunday," he explained during a press briefing. Her last known activity was a text to her sister about a book she was reading, then nothing, No credit card usage, no ATM withdrawals, no phone activity. It's like she vanished in the middle of the night. The case took a disturbing turn when Reynolds obtained security footage from a neighbor's doorbell camera. At 2:17 a.m. on Monday morning, a figure in dark clothing was seen walking along the street toward Amber's house. The person's face was obscured by a hood, and they appeared to be carrying something long and narrow. 43 minutes later, the same figure was captured leaving the area. They were walking differently now, more hurried, less fluid. The object they had been carrying was gone. "We don't know if this person is connected to Ms. Hollies' disappearance," Reynolds cautioned, "but we're asking anyone who might have seen someone in the area that night to come forward." The investigation intensified. Forensic teams returned to Amber's home, this time with luminol and more sophisticated equipment. They found microscopic blood droplets in the hallway outside her bedroom, so small they had been missed in the initial sweep. DNA testing confirmed they belonged to Amber. Then came the discovery that would change everything. 1 week after Amber's disappearance, detectives decided to examine the walls of her bedroom more closely. A faint discoloration on one wall caught their attention, a wall covered by heavy burgundy curtains that reached from ceiling to floor. The curtains were the same ones she'd had for years, Diane told investigators. She loved them because they blocked out the light completely when she had migraines. But when detectives tried to pull the curtains aside to examine the wall, they wouldn't budge. Closer inspection revealed something bizarre and unsettling. The edges of the fabric had been meticulously sewn into the drywall with black thread in tight, even stitches. "It was like nothing I've ever seen," said Reynolds. Someone had taken the time to literally sew these curtains into the wall itself, using some kind of heavy-duty needle. It would have taken time, patience. Carefully, investigators cut the curtains away from the wall. What they found beneath sent a chill through the room. The wall had been painted with dozens of small black handprints, all upside down, arranged in neat rows. The prints were too small to be an adult's. They appeared to be those of a child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. Laboratory analysis would later determine that the handprints were made with a mixture of black paint and what appeared to be soil from Amber's own garden. The handprints were estimated to be less than a week old. The question became whose handprints were these and why were they hidden, Reynolds said. Ms. Hollies had no children, no young relatives had visited recently, and why sew the curtains into the wall to hide them? The investigation took another unexpected turn when police interviewed Amber's ex-husband, Daniel Hollies. Though they had been divorced for 16 years, they maintained amicable contact. Daniel had remarried and had 2 children, a 12-year-old son and a 6-year-old daughter. Daniel was genuinely shocked by Amber's disappearance, noted Detective Reynolds. He provided a solid alibi for the night she went missing. He was on a business trip in Seattle, confirmed by hotel security footage and his colleagues. But when shown photographs of the handprints, Daniel went pale. "Those look like Lily's hands," he whispered, referring to his young daughter. Daniel explained that he and his family had visited Amber 3 weeks earlier, as they did every few months. Lily had spent time alone with Amber in the garden, planting spring flowers. There was no reason her handprints should be on Amber's bedroom wall, and certainly not hidden behind sewn-in curtains. Detectives interviewed Lily with child psychologists present. The 6-year-old remembered visiting Aunt Amber, but became confused when asked about handprints. We only put our hands in the dirt to plant the flowers, she said repeatedly. Daddy said no messes in the house. The investigation expanded to include Daniel's wife, Rebecca, who initially seemed cooperative but grew increasingly defensive when questioned about the handprints. "This is ridiculous," she told detectives. "We were there for lunch. Lily was never alone in the house. Someone is trying to frame us." 2 weeks after Amber's disappearance, with no body found and few lights, the case took yet another bizarre turn. Mrs. Winters, the neighbor who collected her newspaper in a silk robe, came forward with information she had initially withheld. "I saw Amber that Monday morning," she admitted. "It was very early, still dark. She was getting into a car I didn't recognize, a dark sedan. She looked different. Her hair was down, not in her usual bun. She was carrying a small suitcase. I thought perhaps she had an early flight." This new information conflicted with the evidence suggesting Amber had disappeared from her home overnight. When pressed, Mrs. Winters became flustered, changing details of her account. Eventually, she admitted she had been taking sleeping medication and might have dreamed the encounter. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered something unexpected in Amber's bank records. For the past year, she had been making monthly transfers of $500 to an account under the name Phoenix Renewal. Further investigation revealed this to be a private rehabilitation center specializing in trauma therapy and addiction recovery. The center initially refused to confirm whether Amber had been a patient, citing confidentiality laws. Only after a court order did they reveal that Amber had not been a patient, but had been paying for treatment for someone else, Rebecca Hollies, her ex-husband's current wife. When confronted with this information, Daniel Hollies seemed genuinely confused. "Rebecca doesn't have any addiction issues," he insisted. "She's never mentioned therapy of any kind. Why would Amber be paying for her treatment?" The answer came from Rebecca herself, who broke down during her next interview. "Amber was blackmailing me," she claimed through tears. "She threatened to tell Daniel about my past if I didn't pretend to be getting treatment. She was obsessed with him, always had been. She wanted to make me look unstable so he would leave me." Rebecca described a complex harassment campaign she claimed Amber had been waging for years. Subtle threats, manipulated situations, and psychological games that were difficult to prove. "The handprints were part of it," Rebecca insisted. "She must have gotten Lily's handprints somehow when we visited and created that disturbing display. She was trying to make me look crazy." But this theory fell apart when forensic analysis of the thread used to sew the curtains revealed fibers that matched a sewing kit found in Rebecca's craft room. DNA testing of the soil in the handprints contained traces of a distinctive fertilizer used only in Rebecca's garden, not Amber's. 3 months after Amber's disappearance, with the investigation at a seeming standstill, an anonymous tip led police to a storage unit rented under a false name but paid for with Rebecca's credit card. Inside, they found boxes of Amber's personal belongings, photo albums, jewelry, even her winter coats. Most disturbing of all was a journal, apparently written by Rebecca, detailing an elaborate plan to remove Amber from our lives permanently, and describing a pathological jealousy that had consumed her for years. The final entry, dated the night before Amber disappeared, read simply, "It ends tonight. The children will be safe. Daniel will finally be completely mine." Despite an exhaustive search, Amber Hollies' body has never been found. Rebecca Hollies was arrested and charged with kidnapping and suspected homicide, though without a body, the prosecution faced significant challenges. Daniel filed for divorce and fought for full custody of their children, haunted by the question of what his daughter might have witnessed. The Pinewood Grove community placed a memorial bench near the pond where Amber walked her dog each morning. The elementary school established a scholarship in her name. Her mother, in moments of clarity, still asks when Amber will visit next. And in Amber's house, now standing empty, the bedroom wall has been repainted. But sometimes neighbors say, when the light hits it just right, you can still make out the faint outlines of small hands pressed against the surface, as if trying to push through from the other side. Crime 2, no leaks, no plumbing issues, just fine, dry sand filling the entire tub to the brim. Beneath the first few inches, the texture changed. There were fragments of sea glass, then buttons, then a gold tooth. At the bottom, buried deep, they found a child's sock. Inside it was a bone. Detective Sarah Moreland was 12 years into her career with the Blackwater County Sheriff's Department when she walked into apartment 412 at the Pineview complex. The call had come in that morning from the building manager, Martin Delaney, who'd entered the apartment after the tenant, Eleanor Hobbs, hadn't paid rent in 3 months. The electricity had been shut off weeks ago. Mail was piled high by the door, and then there was the bathroom. Eleanor Hobbs had lived in Blackwater, Oregon for just under 2 years. She kept to herself, worked remotely as a data analyst, and was known to neighbors only as the quiet lady with the red hair. She was 42 years old, divorced, no children. Her ex-husband lived in Minnesota and hadn't spoken to her in 5 years. She never caused any trouble, Delaney told Detective Moreland as they stood in the hallway outside the apartment. Paid her rent on time until, never had complaints from neighbors, kept odd hours but was always polite when I saw her. Inside, the apartment was meticulously organized, books arranged by color on the shelves, minimal furniture, clean kitchen with a single mug left in the sink. Nothing seemed out of place except for that bathroom, that impossible bathroom with its tub of sand. The forensics team spent hours documenting and carefully removing the sand, layer by layer. They found more items as they dug: a rusted key, 3 matched buttons from what appeared to be a child's coat, a tarnished locket with no photo inside, fragments of a broken toy train, and finally, at the very bottom, that child's sock containing what was later confirmed to be a human phalanx bone, a finger bone from a child approximately 7 years old. But Eleanor Hobbs was nowhere to be found. The investigation into Eleanor's disappearance and the disturbing contents of her bathtub began to reveal a woman very different from the quiet redhead neighbors barely noticed. Eleanor Hobbs was born Emily Harrison in the small coastal town of Rockport, Massachusetts. She had changed her name legally 12 years earlier. Before that, she had been married to Thomas Welch, a high school teacher, and together they had a son, Daniel. Daniel Welch disappeared when he was 7 years old. He had vanished from a local beach on a warm summer day in 2005 while his father graded papers under an umbrella and his mother claimed to have gone to buy ice cream. No body was ever found. The case went cold after months of investigation. Emily and Thomas divorced a year later. "I never believed she had anything to do with it," Thomas Welch said when Detective Moreland interviewed him by phone. His voice was tired, worn thin by the years of not knowing. "Emily loved that boy more than anything. She was destroyed when he disappeared. We both were, but they looked at her hard, the timing of her going for ice cream. Some people in town turned on her, started rumors. She couldn't handle it." The items in the sand, were they connected to Daniel? The forensics team was working to date the bone to see if DNA could be extracted. Meanwhile, Detective Moreland pieced together Eleanor's movements over the past decade. After the divorce, Emily had moved from Massachusetts to New Hampshire, then Vermont, then a series of small towns across the northern United States, working remotely, changing her name, leaving little trace. In each location, she had rented ground-floor apartments or small houses, and in each place, landlords or subsequent tenants reported finding small amounts of sand in drains, in corners of closets, occasionally in containers in the basement. It was like she was collecting it, Moreland told her partner, Detective James Liu, a little from each place she stayed. 2 weeks into the investigation, they found Alina's car abandoned at a trailhead 50 miles from Blackwater, near the Pacific coast. Her hiking boots were missing from her apartment. Her laptop was gone. Her last internet searches, recovered from her provider, included tide tables for the nearby beaches and weather forecasts. The local Coast Guard and search teams scoured the beaches and coastal paths. They found nothing for days until a park ranger discovered a single red hair caught on a branch overhanging a cliff face. Below, the Pacific Ocean crashed against the rocks. The area was known for its dangerous currents and undertow. Meanwhile, the forensics lab confirmed what Detective Moreland had begun to suspect. The bone did not belong to Daniel Welch. DNA testing showed no familial match to either Thomas or Alina/Emily. The bone was estimated to be over 50 years old, predating Daniel's birth by decades. So what was she doing? Liu asked, spreading the photos of the bathtub's contents across their workspace. Collecting items related to missing children, creating some kind of memorial. Moreland shook her head. I think she was searching. The breakthrough came when they located Alina's storage unit in Portland. Inside were dozens of carefully labeled boxes containing sand samples from beaches across the country, particularly those where children had disappeared. Each container had a date, location, and in some cases, a name. Daniel's name appeared on several. There were also maps marked with red X's, newspaper clippings about missing children cases going back 60 years, and a journal. The journal detailed Alina's theories about currents, about how the ocean might carry evidence, might carry remains from one shore to another over time. She believed she could find her son by searching beaches, Moreland explained to her captain. She collected sand thinking she might find something of Daniel's in it, and along the way, she found things belonging to other missing children. She was cataloging them, trying to return them to families. The last entry in Alina's journal, dated 3 days before her car was found, read, "The tides are finally right. I'm close now. I can feel it. The ocean gives back what it takes if you know where to look." No body was ever recovered from the ocean. Alina Hobbs, Emily Harrison, was eventually declared missing, presumed dead by suicide. The case file remained open but inactive. The items from the bathtub were eventually identified as belonging to 5 different children who had disappeared near beaches between 1962 and 2010. Through Alina's meticulous notes, detectives were able to return some of these items to aging parents and grandparents who had long ago given up hope of finding any trace of their loved ones. The bone belonged to a boy named Michael Castor, who had vanished from a beach in Rhode Island in 1968. His mother, now in her 80s, accepted the small bone and finally held a funeral for her son. I don't know if Alina Hobbs was disturbed or if she was providing a strange kind of service, Detective Moreland said in her final report. But she gave closure to 4 families, just not to herself. The bathtub in apartment 412 has since been replaced. The new tenant knows nothing of the previous occupant or what was found there. But sometimes, the building manager says, you can still find grains of sand appearing mysteriously in the bathroom, as if rising up through the pipes or floating in through the windows, carrying secrets from distant shores. And somewhere perhaps Alina is still searching the beaches for her son, combing through the sand grain by grain, looking for a small sock, a button, anything that might tell her where the tide took him. Crime 3, they thought it was an attempted break-in until they saw where the scratches were. Deep gouges ran down the inside of the front door, like someone had tried to claw their way out. Near the bottom, a single word was carved over and over again: wait. The small ranch-style house on Cypress Lane had belonged to Alina Mercer for nearly 40 years. A retired school teacher known for her immaculate garden and weekly book club meetings, Alina was a fixture in the community of Pine Haven, Massachusetts. She had moved there in 1981 after her husband's passing, determined to start fresh in the quiet New England town where her sister lived. At 74, she still drove herself to the grocery store every Wednesday morning, attended church on Sundays, and called her niece, Sarah, every evening at precisely 8:15 p.m. So when Alina missed 3 consecutive evening calls in February 2023, Sarah knew something was wrong. The temperature had dropped below freezing that week, and heavy snow had blanketed the region. Sarah tried calling Alina's landline and cell phone repeatedly, but there was no answer. Concerned about her elderly aunt being alone during the harsh weather, Sarah asked a neighbor to check on Alina. Martin Green had lived next door to Alina for over a decade. He and his wife often exchanged baked goods with the older woman and kept an eye on her house when she visited her family during holidays. Martin trudged through the freshly fallen snow toward Alina's home, noting that her driveway hadn't been cleared and her car was parked in the same spot it had been for days. The newspapers were piling up on the front porch. Martin knocked several times, calling Alina's name. The house remained still and silent. He peered through the windows but couldn't see anyone inside. The curtains were drawn in most rooms, unusual for Alina, who loved natural light. After a final, unanswered knock, Martin called the local police department to request a welfare check. Officer Daniel Reeves arrived 20 minutes later. After knocking and announcing himself with no response, he made the decision to enter the property. The front door was locked, but when he tried Alina's back door, he found it unlocked, another departure from Alina's strict security habits. "Ms. Mercer," Officer Reeves called out as he entered the kitchen. "This is the police. Is everything okay?" The kitchen was immaculate as always, dishes neatly stacked in the drying rack. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the counter, a thin film of mold forming on its surface. The house was cold, the thermostat reading 52 degrees. Officer Reeves moved through the dining room and into the living room, where an open book lay face down on the coffee table beside Alina's reading glasses. The television was off. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. It wasn't until Officer Reeves approached the front door that he noticed something unusual. Long, jagged scratches ran down the inside of the wooden door, concentrated around the doorknob and lock. Near the bottom, barely visible in the dim light of the entryway, was the word "wait" carved repeatedly into the wood, the letters growing increasingly erratic and shallow. Officer Reeves drew his weapon and proceeded to clear the house. In the hallway bathroom, the medicine cabinet stood open, several prescription bottles tipped over in the sink. Alina's bedroom was undisturbed. The bed was made with hospital corners, a novel and reading lamp on the nightstand, but Alina wasn't there. The spare bedroom door was closed. Officer Reeves knocked, then slowly pushed it open. The room was dark, the blinds drawn. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he saw Alina Mercer sitting in a rocking chair in the corner, facing the wall. She was wearing a nightgown and robe, her silver hair uncombed. She didn't turn when he entered. "Ms. Mercer, I'm Officer Reeves with the Pinehaven Police Department. Your niece was worried about you." Alina didn't respond. When Officer Reeves gently touched her shoulder, her body was cold and stiff. Alina Mercer had been dead for at least 2 days, according to the medical examiner who arrived an hour later. But it was the position of her body and the state of her hands that disturbed the investigators most. Alina's fingers were bloody, the nails broken and torn. Wood splinters were embedded under what remained of her nails. On the floor beside the rocking chair lay a small pocket knife, its blade open and smeared with blood. The medical examiner noted defensive wounds on Alina's hands, but no other signs of trauma. The initial investigation revealed no signs of forced entry. Nothing appeared to be stolen. Alina's jewelry box remained untouched, and her purse still contained $178 in cash. Her cell phone was found on her bedside table, the battery dead. The landline in the kitchen was working properly. Detective Lisa Harmon took over the case the following day. She interviewed Martin Green and several other neighbors, none of whom had seen anything unusual in the days before Alina's death. Sarah provided a timeline of her last interactions with her aunt, insisting that Alina had sounded perfectly normal during their last conversation. "She was telling me about a book she'd just finished," Sarah explained, tears in her eyes. "She was fine, completely fine." The autopsy results came back a week later, revealing that Alina had died of a stroke. However, the medical examiner couldn't explain the state of her hands or the scratches on the door. Given the lack of defensive wounds elsewhere on her body, there was no evidence to suggest foul play. Still, Detective Harmon wasn't convinced. She returned to Alina's house, combing through the elderly woman's belongings for any clue that might explain what had happened in her final hours. In Alina's desk, she found a journal with entries dating back several years. The most recent entry was from 3 days before her estimated time of death. "Heard the scratching again last night. Martin says it's probably raccoons in the attic, but I know better. It's not coming from above. It's coming from inside the walls. Sometimes I think it's trying to tell me something." Detective Harmon looked through the previous entries, finding scattered references to the scratching going back at least 6 months. Alina had mentioned it to her doctor during a checkup in December, but her physician had attributed it to tinnitus, a common condition in older adults that causes ringing or other phantom sounds in the ears. The investigation took another turn when Detective Harmon discovered Alina's prescription history. She had been taking several medications for hypertension and arthritis, but also a relatively high dose of an antipsychotic medication that had been prescribed just 3 months earlier. When questioned, Alina's doctor explained that she had reported increasing paranoia and auditory hallucinations. She was convinced someone was trying to get into her house, Dr. Patterson explained, but not from outside, from inside the walls. I referred her to a psychiatrist who diagnosed her with late-onset schizophrenia. It's rare, but not unheard of in elderly patients. Detective Harmon ordered a more thorough inspection of the house. The walls were examined for any signs of rodent activity or structural issues that might have caused scratching sounds. The plumbing and electrical systems were checked. Everything was in working order. 2 months into the investigation, with no evidence of foul play and mounting pressure to close the case, Detective Harmon made one final visit to Alina's house before it was to be sold by her niece. As she stood in the spare bedroom where Alina had died, a strange detail caught her attention. The wallpaper in the corner where the rocking chair had been positioned was slightly discolored. a faint rectangular outline visible against the floral pattern. Carefully, Detective Harmon peeled back the loose edge of the wallpaper. Behind it was a small door, no more than 2 feet high, an access panel to the space beneath the stairs, long covered up during a renovation. The door was secured with a rusted latch. When she opened it, she found a small, empty space, just large enough for a person to crawl into. On the inside of the small door were scratch marks, similar to those on the front door, and written in what appeared to be pencil was a single word: wait. Detective Harmon ordered a forensic team to examine the hidden space. They found no fingerprints, no DNA evidence, nothing to suggest anyone had been inside it recently. The house's previous owners were contacted, but none could explain the purpose of the space or the writing inside it. The case of Alina Mercer was officially closed as a natural death complicated by mental illness. The medical examiner concluded that Alina had likely experienced a stroke while in the midst of a psychotic episode, during which she had attempted to leave her house but became disoriented and retreated to the spare bedroom. Sarah sold the house 6 months later to a young couple with a toddler. They renovated extensively, removing the wallpaper and opening up the space beneath the stairs to create a playroom for their child. They never heard the scratching that had tormented Alina in her final months. But neighbors sometimes mention, when the wind blows hard against the windows, that they can hear a faint voice coming from the direction of the old Mercer house. It sounds, they say, like someone whispering a single word over and over again. Wait, wait, wait. Crime 4, it took up the entire back wall, metal bars welded into the studs, hidden behind clothes and stacked boxes. The lock had been broken recently. On the floor inside, a dog bowl, a child's sweater, and a camera with the memory card missing. There was also something else, a tooth, perfectly clean. The house at 147 Oakwood Lane had seemed unremarkable to the residents of Mill Creek, Idaho. Built in the 1980s, it was a modest 2-story with faded blue siding and an overgrown yard, the kind of place that blended into the background of suburban America. Alina Thatcher, a real estate agent with 23 years of experience, had seen thousands of homes in her career. But on May 12, 2018, as she prepared the property for a showing, she discovered something that would forever change her understanding of human depravity. The previous owner, Martin Clarkson, had left town 3 weeks earlier. Neighbors described him as quiet, polite, and intensely private. He had lived in the house for 11 years, working remotely as a software engineer for a company based in Seattle. Mr. Clarkson kept to himself, no visitors, no pets, no friends dropping by. The kind of neighbor who would wave from a distance but never engage in conversation beyond basic pleasantries. There was something about his eyes, said Diane Mercer, who lived next door, like he was always calculating something. I tried bringing him cookies when he first moved in, but he barely opened the door, just took the plate and thanked me. I never got that plate back. Alina had been called to list the property after Clarkson had abruptly accepted a job overseas. The sale was being handled through a corporate relocation service, with minimal involvement from the owner. The house was mostly empty when Alina arrived that Saturday morning, with just a few pieces of furniture and boxes left behind to be donated. She started her standard walkthrough, taking notes for the listing, measuring rooms, planning the staging. The master bedroom was spacious enough, with morning light filtering through vertical blinds. The walk-in closet seemed oddly small for the house's era, and Alina opened it expecting to see the usual rod and shelf arrangement. Instead, she found clothes hanging densely on the rack, and cardboard boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling along the back wall. Something about the arrangement felt deliberate, like a screen. Her instincts as a realtor who had seen thousands of homes told her something wasn't right. "I don't know why I moved those boxes," Alina would later tell Detective James Harmon. "Something just felt off about that closet. The dimensions didn't match what I expected from the house's layout." Moving the first box was difficult. It was heavier than it looked, filled with hardcover books. The second box contained old computer equipment. As she cleared away more boxes and pushed aside the hanging clothes, Alina saw what had been hidden, a metal cage built directly into the wall structure of the house. The bars were professionally welded, anchored into the studs. It had clearly been constructed during a renovation, not added later. The cage was approximately 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, large enough for a person. A heavy-duty padlock hung open from the door. Inside, on the bare wooden floor, lay the items that would launch a multi-state investigation. A stainless steel dog bowl with the name Jamie scratched into the side, a child's navy blue sweater size 6X, and a digital camera with its memory card slot empty. And there in the corner of the cage, a single human molar, clean white with no blood or tissue attached, as though it had been carefully washed and placed there intentionally. Alina's hands trembled as she called 911. Detective James Harmon had worked in law enforcement for 17 years, the last 7 with Mill Creek Police Department's Major Crimes Unit. He arrived at the Oakwood Lane house 40 minutes after Alina's call, bringing with him forensic technician Lydia Martinez. The cage was sophisticated, Harmon noted in his initial report. Not amateur work. Whoever built it knew what they were doing. The bars were thick gauge steel, properly anchored with a ventilation system built into the rear wall. The cage had clearly been in use, with wear marks on the floor indicating movement inside. The investigation into Martin Clarkson began immediately. Background checks revealed a man who existed primarily on paper. His employment history was verified. He had indeed worked remotely for Nexus Software Solutions in Seattle since 2012. Before that, his employment records showed 3 years at a tech company in Portland that had since been acquired and dissolved. Neighbors provided little insight beyond their impression of a quiet, reserved man. No one had ever been inside his house. No one had seen children or visitors. His routine was predictable. Occasional trips to the grocery store, regular morning runs, and twice-monthly weekend absences when his car would disappear Friday evening and return Sunday night. "Those weekends away stood out to me," said Thomas Granger, a retired teacher who lived across the street. "Same pattern every other week, like clockwork. I noticed because I walk my dog at 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily. Clarkson's car would be gone Saturday morning, then back Sunday night around 9 p.m., never varied by more than an hour." The sweater found in the cage yielded no useful DNA evidence. It had been thoroughly washed. The dog bowl had multiple sets of prints, including Clarkson's, but also unidentified prints too small to belong to an adult. The camera was a basic Nikon Coolpix model, purchased 3 years earlier from an electronics store in Boise. Without the memory card, it offered no images, though forensic analysis of the device showed it had last been used approximately 2 weeks before Alina's discovery. The tooth proved most disturbing. Forensic odontology identified it as a child's permanent molar, likely from a child between 8–10 years old. It showed no signs of decay or dental work, suggesting it had been healthy when removed. The clean condition indicated it hadn't fallen out naturally, but had been extracted and cleaned. Detective Harmon expanded the investigation. searching for missing children reports within a 300-mile radius. The results were both relieving and concerning. No children matching potential victims had been reported missing from the immediate area. That's when we started looking at his travel patterns, explained Sheriff Donna Klein, who joined the investigation when it expanded to neighboring counties. Those weekend trips every 2 weeks, where was he going, what was he doing, and more importantly, was he bringing someone back? Credit card records showed a pattern. Every other weekend for the past 5 years, Clarkson had purchased gas in Twin Falls, Idaho, approximately 3 hours south of Mill Creek. He would then make small purchases, usually food or convenience items, in various small towns along the Nevada border. The pattern suggested a regular route, perhaps a circuit of some kind. Hotel records showed no stays under his name during these trips. His cell phone, which investigators were able to track through provider records, showed him traveling south, then west along remote highways, before returning along a similar route. The phone would sometimes go inactive for hours at a time, particularly on Saturday afternoons and evenings. 6 weeks into the investigation, police caught a break. A routine canvass of gas stations along Clarkson's route turned up an attendant in the small town of Jackpot, Nevada, who recognized his photo. "Yeah, that guy came through here regular," said Wade Collins, who worked weekend shifts. "Kinda standoffish, but I remembered him because he always paid cash inside even though there was card payment at the pump. And a couple times I saw him with a kid in the car. Thought it was his son or something." Collins described seeing a child approximately 8-10 years old with Clarkson on at least 3 occasions over the previous year. The child, whose gender Collins couldn't confidently state, appeared quiet and withdrawn, staring straight ahead while Clarkson pumped gas. The weird thing was the kid never got out of the car, not to use the bathroom, not to get snacks, just sat there real still like. I asked Clarkson once if his kid wanted a soda or something, and he got real short with me, said they were fine and in a hurry. This testimony shifted the investigation dramatically. Authorities in Nevada joined the multi-state task force. Child welfare agencies in Idaho, Nevada, and Utah began reviewing cases of children who might have had contact with Clarkson. The FBI became involved, bringing resources to track Clarkson's current whereabouts. The overseas job investigators discovered was fictional. Clarkson had liquidated most of his assets and disappeared. His last confirmed location was Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, where security cameras captured him boarding a flight to Vancouver, Canada. From there, the trail went cold. A search of financial records revealed something even more disturbing. Every few months for the past 5 years, Clarkson had received substantial wire transfers from numbered accounts in the Cayman Islands. The amounts varied between $20,000 and $50,000, but totaled over $800,000. The source of these funds remains unknown. As investigators dug deeper into Clarkson's past, the picture became more complex and troubling. Records showed he had lived in 7 different states over 15 years, never staying in one location longer than the 11 years he'd spent in Mill Creek. In each location, he had maintained a similar profile: remote work, private lifestyle, minimal social interactions. Most concerning was the discovery of similar home renovations at 2 of his previous residences. In Portland, Oregon, where he had lived from 2007 to 2011, the current homeowners reported finding unusual modifications in a basement room, anchor points in the walls and floor that had been plastered over, and a sophisticated ventilation system that didn't match the home's original design. 8 months after Alina Thatcher's discovery, the investigation continues. Martin Clarkson remains at large, possibly living under an assumed identity outside the United States. The FBI has placed him on their most wanted list. His image has been distributed internationally. As for the cage in the closet, forensic analysis continues to yield troubling clues. Microscopic examination revealed trace evidence of blood in the seams of the floorboards, blood from at least 3 different individuals, none matching Clarkson's DNA profile. The ventilation system contained clothing fibers consistent with children's garments, and embedded in one of the wall studs, investigators found a small carving, initials, and hash marks, possibly indicating days or weeks. The residents of Mill Creek struggle with the knowledge that such darkness existed in their midst, undetected for years. Alina Thatcher has left the real estate business, unable to shake the memory of what she found in that closet. Detective Harmon continues to follow leads, his office wall covered with maps tracking Clarkson's movements and possible victims. The hardest part, Harmon says, his voice heavy with the weight of the unsolved case, is knowing that somewhere out there might be children who encountered this man. Children who know what that cage was for. Children who might still be waiting to be found. The house on Oakwood Lane remains empty, its windows dark, its secrets only partially revealed. And somewhere perhaps Martin Clarkson continues his pattern, quiet, polite, intensely private. A man who might be your neighbor, whose eyes seem to be always calculating something. The investigation remains open. Crime 5, tomatoes, herbs, even wildflowers, all sprouted in a flawless circle at the edge of the property, despite no one ever planting them. In the center of the soil was a depression just deep enough to hold a body. They never found one, but they did find a finger bone with a wedding ring. The property belonged to Alina and Richard Thompson, a couple in their late 50s who had moved to the quiet town of Millfield, Connecticut in 2018. Alina was a retired librarian with a passion for gardening, though her interests leaned toward roses and carefully tended flower beds near the house, not wild vegetation at the far edge of their 3-acre lot where it backed up against dense woodland. Richard had worked as an insurance adjuster before his early retirement following what he described as stress-related health concerns. Neighbors described the couple as pleasant but private. They attended community events occasionally, but rarely invited anyone into their home. Alina volunteered at the local food bank on Tuesdays. Richard was often seen walking alone near the town reservoir. They seemed happy enough, said Diane Larson, who lived in the house across the street. Not the type to throw parties, but Alina would sometimes bring over zucchini bread in the summer. Richard was quieter, kept to himself. I don't think I ever saw him smile, not really. The Thompsons had been married for 32 years. No children, no pets, no family that anyone in Millfield knew about. A life that revealed little but suggested nothing unusual until April 12, 2023, when Alina called the police at 6:47 in the morning. The recording of the call reveals a woman struggling to maintain composure. "There's something in my garden," she said, her voice thin and trembling. "Something that shouldn't be there. Please, someone needs to come look." When the dispatcher asked for clarification, Alina simply repeated, please come now." Officer James Delaney was the first to arrive. He found Alina sitting on the back porch steps, staring toward the tree line. According to his report, she didn't acknowledge his presence until he was standing directly beside her. She pointed wordlessly toward the far end of the property. "I noticed it yesterday," she finally said when they were halfway across the overgrown lawn. I was looking for a spot to plant new berry bushes. I don't come back here much. Richard doesn't like me to. Says it's too close to the woods, that I could twist an ankle in a groundhog hole. The circle was approximately 8 feet in diameter. Within its boundary grew tomato plants, barely more than seedlings in the early spring, thyme, mint, basil, and clusters of black-eyed Susans and wild daisies. Outside the circle, ordinary grass and weeds. The vegetation inside was vibrant, almost impossibly green for April in New England. "Did you plant these?" Officer Delaney asked. Alina shook her head. "I've never planted anything back here. Never." She pointed to the center of the circle. "Look." The depression was subtle, roughly the size and shape of a human body, arms at its sides. The soil there was darker, richer looking than the surrounding earth. "I touched it," Alina whispered. "It was warm." The officer's body camera footage shows him kneeling, placing a gloved hand on the soil. His expression changes. "I need to call this in," he says after a moment. Within hours, the Thompson property was filled with police vehicles. Crime scene technicians set up a perimeter around the circle. Detective Sarah Mercer, a 15-year veteran of the Millfield Police Department, took lead on the investigation. Right away, something felt off about Richard Thompson, Detective Mercer would later say in her case notes. He was too calm when he arrived home and found us there. Asked a lot of questions about jurisdiction and warrant requirements. Kept saying there was nothing unusual about vegetation growing in patterns. The initial search revealed no obvious signs of a buried body. Ground-penetrating radar showed disturbances in the soil structure, but nothing conclusive. It wasn't until the second day, when technicians began taking soil samples from the depression, that they found the bone. It was a human phalanx, a finger bone from the ring finger of a left hand. And still on it was a simple gold wedding band with an inscription inside, "Forever yours, L." Alina identified it immediately. "That's not my ring," she said, her face pale but composed. "Mine says until eternity." Richard had it engraved. When asked if she knew anyone with the initial L who might be connected to her husband, Alina was silent for a long moment before answering. "Richard was engaged before me. Her name was Lydia Parsons. It ended badly, that's all he would ever tell me." Records showed that Richard Thompson had indeed been engaged to a Lydia Parsons in 1989 while living in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. When detectives contacted the Portsmouth Police Department, they discovered something unsettling. Lydia Parsons had been reported missing in November 1990. The case had gone cold within months. There were no leads, no body, no closure. Richard Thompson had been interviewed at the time, but was never considered a serious suspect. He had an alibi. He was at a conference in Boston the weekend Lydia disappeared, and there was no evidence connecting him to her disappearance. The case was still technically open, but had been inactive for over 30 years. When confronted with this information, Richard remained composed. "Yes, Lydia disappeared. It was devastating, but I had nothing to do with it. I've built a life since then, a good life with Alina. Why would something from Lydia turn up in my yard now, after all this time?" As the investigation continued, more disturbing details emerged. Soil analysis showed elevated levels of certain minerals and organic compounds consistent with decomposition. The plants in the circle contained trace elements typically associated with the breakdown of human remains, a phenomenon sometimes called a body farm effect, where vegetation thrives on the nutrients released by decomposition. More bones were found, small fragments that DNA testing later confirmed belonged to Lydia Parsons. All were finger bones from her left hand. The most unsettling discovery came from Alina herself. 3 days into the investigation, she approached Detective Mercer privately. "Richard has nightmares," she said. "He talks in his sleep. For years I've heard him say things that didn't make sense until now." According to Elena, Richard would sometimes mutter phrases like "she's still there" or "the garden knows." Once, she claimed, she woke to find him standing at their bedroom window, staring toward the woods, saying clearly, "The circle is complete." When questioned again, Richard maintained his innocence. "Dreams aren't evidence," he insisted. "I loved Lydia once, yes. Was I heartbroken when she disappeared? Absolutely. But I've carried that grief for decades. It doesn't make me a killer." The investigation expanded to include the previous owners of the Thompson property. Records showed the house had been built in 2010, and the land had previously been undeveloped woodland. No connection to either Richard or Lydia could be established prior to the Thompsons' purchase in 2018. "The timeline doesn't make sense," Detective Mercer admitted in her case files. "If Lydia disappeared in 1990 and Richard didn't own this property until 2018, how did parts of her remain end up in his yard, and why only finger bones?" 4 weeks into the investigation, the circle of vegetation withered and died within a span of 48 hours. The depression in the center filled in naturally after a heavy rain. Despite extensive excavation of the area, no additional remains were found. Then came another twist. Alina Thompson disappeared. On May 16, 2023, Richard reported that his wife had not returned from her regular Tuesday volunteer shift at the food bank. Her car was found in the parking lot. Security footage showed her leaving the building at her usual time, but there was no camera coverage of the actual parking area. Her purse, phone, and keys were missing. Richard Thompson became the primary person of interest in 2 disappearances separated by over 30 years. Yet without sufficient evidence to arrest him, investigators could only watch and wait. 3 days after Alina's disappearance, Richard was observed by surveillance teams walking into the wooded area behind his property at 2:13 a.m. Officers followed at a distance but lost sight of him in the dense forest. Search teams with dogs combed the area at first light but found nothing, no disturbed earth, no trace of either Alina or Lydia. Richard returned to his house at dawn, muddy, but otherwise showing no signs of unusual activity. When questioned, he claimed he couldn't sleep and had gone for a walk to clear his head. The case remains active. Alina Thompson has not been found. The finger bones of Lydia Parsons have been returned to her aging parents, who had long ago given up hope of ever knowing what happened to their daughter. Richard Thompson still lives in the house in Millfield. Neighbors report that he now spends hours tending to a new garden, not at the edge of the property near the woods, but closer to the house, visible from the street. A circular garden where nothing grows in the center. And on warm summer nights, some claim they've seen him talking to the empty soil, as if someone might be listening from below. Crime 6, not hanging on a wall, not leaned against one either. The full-length mirror had been bolted flat to the center of the bedroom floor. When they removed it, they found a trapdoor underneath. Inside, a narrow chamber with no ladder, no shelves, just hundreds of fingernail scratches on the walls. Detective Lawrence Mercer had been on the force for 17 years in the small town of Millbrook, Connecticut. Most days involved domestic disputes, petty theft, and the occasional drunk driving incident. Nothing prepared him for what awaited at 47 Sycamore Lane. The call came in on a Tuesday morning in October 2017. A property manager named Ellen Davis had been preparing a rental home for new tenants when she discovered something unusual in the master bedroom. The previous tenant, a man named Thomas Whitley, had vacated the property 3 weeks earlier after living there for just 8 months. "I thought it was some kind of art installation at first," Ellen told Detective Mercer when he arrived, "who bolts a mirror to the floor. I figured I'd have to call a handyman to remove it, but when I knelt down to look at how it was attached, I noticed the edges weren't flush with the floorboards." The mirror was high quality, 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide, with an ornate silver frame. It had been secured with industrial-grade bolts to what appeared to be a wooden panel rather than directly to the floor. Ellen had managed to loosen one bolt with a wrench she kept in her car, just enough to peek underneath. "That's when I saw the hinge," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I knew right away something wasn't right." Detective Mercer instructed Ellen to wait outside while he and his partner, Detective Sarah Chen, examined the room. The bedroom was otherwise unremarkable: cream-colored walls, a bay window overlooking the backyard, and built-in closets. Nothing to suggest the bizarre discovery at its center. With gloved hands, they methodically removed the bolts securing the mirror. As they lifted it away, they revealed a trapdoor approximately 3 feet by 4 feet, built seamlessly into the floor. A brass ring pull was attached to one end. "Careful," Detective Chen murmured as Mercer gripped the ring. "We don't know what's down there." The trapdoor opened with surprising ease, revealing a dark void below. The beam of Mercer's flashlight illuminated a narrow chamber, approximately 7 feet deep, 5 feet long, and 3 feet wide. No ladder, no shelves, just bare concrete walls. And scratches, hundreds of them. Fingernail scratches concentrated around the upper edges of the chamber, as if someone had been reaching upward, trying desperately to climb out. The forensics team arrived within the hour. They photographed everything, collected samples, and searched for any biological evidence. The scratches were human, they confirmed. Some were deep enough to suggest blood might have been drawn, though any such evidence had been meticulously cleaned away. Thomas Whitley, the previous tenant, became the immediate person of interest. A background check revealed he was 42 years old, worked remotely as a software developer, and had moved to Millbrook from Seattle. He had no criminal record, paid his rent on time, and by all accounts kept to himself. "He was quiet," said Margaret Wilson, who lived next door. "Always nodded hello, but never stopped to chat. I only saw him bring groceries in once a week, always at night. I thought he might work odd hours." When asked if she had noticed any unusual sounds or activities, Margaret paused. "Now that you mention it, I did hear what sounded like crying once, very faint. I thought it might be a cat or something. It was around February, during that cold spell we had." February, 5 months before Thomas Whitley moved out. The landlord, Robert Jenkins, provided little additional information. He passed the background check, had good credit, and paid a 6-month security deposit up front. Said he worked from home and needed a quiet place. I never went inside during his tenancy. He was very private about that. Said he had expensive equipment for his work. Detective Mercer obtained a search warrant for Whitley's financial records and discovered a pattern of purchases that raised concerns: soundproofing materials, cleaning supplies in bulk, and several books on home construction. Most troubling was a receipt for a custom-cut piece of glass, the exact dimensions of the mirror found bolted to the floor. The search for Thomas Whitley began in earnest. His forwarding address led to a P.O. box in Portland, Maine. His cell phone had been disconnected. His social media accounts were sparse and hadn't been updated in months. The software company he claimed to work for had no record of his employment. 3 days into the investigation, Detective Chen made a discovery that shifted everything. The property on Sycamore Lane had been rented 5 times in the past decade, each time for periods of less than a year. Each tenant had been a single man between the ages of 35 and 45, with minimal social connections in the area. "We need to check missing persons reports," she told Mercer. "Not just local, expand the search to the entire Northeast." The databases revealed a disturbing pattern. Over the past 8 years, 6 women had disappeared within a 100-mile radius of Millbrook. All were in their 20s, lived alone, and their disappearances had been classified as voluntary departures after investigations found no evidence of foul play. In each case, text messages had been sent from their phones to friends or family, explaining they needed time away or had decided to travel. Detective Mercer requested permission to remove the floorboards around the trapdoor. Beneath them, they found a sophisticated drainage system leading to the main sewer line, carefully constructed to leave no trace visible from outside the house. The forensic team took samples from every surface of the chamber, using specialized techniques to detect blood residue even after thorough cleaning. What they found confirmed their worst fears: minute traces of blood from at least 3 different individuals. Then came the breakthrough. A partial fingerprint recovered from the underside of the trapdoor matched one belonging to Melissa Cantrell, a 27-year-old graduate student who had disappeared from her apartment in New Haven 14 months earlier. Her roommate had received text messages suggesting Melissa had reconciled with an ex-boyfriend and moved to California. The manhunt for Thomas Whitley intensified. His driver's license photo was distributed to law enforcement agencies across the country. Border Patrol was alerted. Every property he had rented over the past decade became a crime scene. 2 weeks into the investigation, a librarian in Rochester, New York, recognized Whitley's photo. He had been a regular patron there, often using the public computers. Security footage confirmed his presence just 3 days earlier. The FBI joined the case, tracking Whitley's movements through credit card transactions and surveillance cameras. They determined he had purchased a bus ticket to Toronto, but never boarded the bus. Instead, he had rented a car under the name William Thomas and appeared to be traveling west. Meanwhile, Detective Mercer focused on identifying the victims. DNA analysis of the blood samples from the chamber matched 2 other missing women: Kara Lemansky, a nurse who had disappeared 18 months earlier, and Jessica Dwyer, a barista last seen 2 years ago. The public was not yet aware of the case. Law enforcement decided to keep the details confidential to avoid alerting Whitley and to prevent panic. Only the families of the identified victims were informed, sworn to secrecy, as they absorbed the devastating news that their loved ones had not chosen to leave, but had been taken. 5 weeks after the discovery of the chamber, Thomas Whitley, whose real name was determined to be Paul Grafton, was apprehended at a motel in Idaho. He offered no resistance. In his room, investigators found detailed journals, maps marked with locations across the country, and a set of keys that would later be matched to storage units in 5 different states. What they didn't find were answers about the fate of the women whose blood had been found in the chamber beneath the mirror. Grafton refused to speak during interrogation, maintaining an eerie calm that disturbed even the most experienced agents. The storage units revealed collections of personal items, jewelry, diaries, photographs, mementos taken from his victims. In one unit, they found another mirror, identical to the one in Millbrook, still in its packaging. The trial of Paul Grafton began 14 months later. Prosecutors presented evidence from 7 properties he had rented over the past decade. 3 contained similar hidden chambers. Physical evidence ultimately linked him to the disappearances of 11 women across 7 states. Yet the most haunting aspect of the case remained the mirror itself. Why had he placed it there, bolted to the floor above his victims? Behavioral analysts proposed theories. Perhaps he enjoyed watching their reflections as they realized their fate, or maybe it served as a trophy, a daily reminder of what lay beneath. The families of Melissa, Cara, and Jessica gathered at the courthouse each day of the trial, hoping for closure, for some explanation of why their daughters, sisters, and friends had been chosen. They watched as Grafton sat motionless at the defense table, his expression blank, his eyes focused on something no one else could see. On the final day of the trial, as the jury delivered their guilty verdict, Paul Grafton spoke for the first and only time. He looked directly at Detective Mercer and said, "You still don't understand. It wasn't about what was underneath. It was about what was looking back." To this day, Lawrence Mercer occasionally wakes in the middle of the night, troubled by those words. Sometimes he avoids looking in mirrors, especially in darkened rooms. He knows that somewhere there are still answers buried, still secrets kept by a man who bolted a mirror to the floor and created a chamber of despair beneath it. And he wonders about the women whose final moments were spent in that concrete prison, reaching upward, scratching desperately at walls that offered no escape, perhaps catching one last glimpse of their own reflection before the light disappeared. The case of the Millbrook Mirror, as it came to be known among law enforcement, remains partially unsolved. While Paul Grafton will spend the rest of his life in prison, the full truth about his motives, his methods, and the total number of his victims may never be known. The house at 47 Sycamore Lane was eventually demolished. In its place stands a small memorial garden, tended by the families of the victims. At its center is a stone sculpture of a broken mirror, its fragments scattered across the ground, finally free from the darkness below. Crime 7, it was a rotary model, unplugged, disconnected, but it rang anyway, loud and clear. When picked up, there was silence, until a child's voice whispered, "I'm still in the cabinet." There was no cabinet in the house, but beneath the stairs, behind a false wall, they found one, just large enough to sit in. Sarah Jenkins moved into the modest 2-story colonial in Millfield, Pennsylvania in the spring of 2017. At 34, she was starting over after her divorce, hoping to find peace in the quiet suburban neighborhood that reminded her of where she grew up. The house on Maple Street had been vacant for nearly 8 months. Its previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within weeks of each other. Their children, living states away, had been eager to sell. The house came furnished, which Sarah appreciated. Among the vintage pieces was an old black rotary phone sitting on a small table in the hallway. Sarah found it charming, a relic from another time. She never bothered to remove it, though of course she had her cell phone for actual calls. The landline had been disconnected years ago, according to the realtor. For the first 3 months, life progressed with the predictable rhythm Sarah had hoped for. She taught 6th grade English at the local middle school, joined a book club that met every other Thursday at the library downtown, and slowly began to feel at home in Millfield. Neighbors described her as quiet but friendly. the kind of person who would wave from her porch or stop to chat briefly while collecting her mail. She seemed like she was healing, recalled Martha Winters, who lived next door. You could tell she'd been through something difficult, but there was this sense that she was gradually finding her way back. The first incident happened on a Tuesday evening in late August. Sarah had just finished dinner and was grading papers in the living room when she heard it, the distinct metallic ring of the rotary phone in the hallway. At first, she thought she was imagining things. The phone wasn't connected to anything. She set down her red pen and walked to the hallway, where the ringing continued, clear and insistent. When she lifted the heavy black receiver, the ringing stopped. Sarah held it to her ear, expecting silence. Instead, after several seconds of static, she heard what sounded like a child's voice, faint but unmistakable. "I'm still in the cabinet." Sarah later told police she nearly dropped the receiver. She checked all the cabinets in her kitchen, her bathrooms, her closets, finding nothing unusual. She convinced herself it had been her imagination, perhaps triggered by exhaustion from the new school year. She didn't mention it to anyone. 3 days later it happened again. Same time, same message. This time, Sarah called her friend Diane over to witness it. They waited by the phone for nearly 2 hours, but it remained silent. Diane suggested it might be electrical interference from somewhere in the neighborhood, picking up another signal. She wasn't a superstitious person, Diane would later tell investigators. Sarah was rational to a fault. That's why what happened next was so unsettling. Over the next 2 weeks, the calls came with increasing frequency. Always around 8:15 p.m., always the same childlike voice with the same message about the cabinet. Sarah began recording the calls on her cell phone, capturing the strange, staticky quality of the voice. In one recording, if you listen carefully, you can hear what sounds like shallow breathing after the message, continuing for nearly 30 seconds. Sarah finally contacted the local police on September 17th. Officer James Rodriguez responded to the call. In his report, he noted that Sarah appeared visibly distressed but coherent. He inspected the phone, confirming it wasn't connected to any outlet or phone jack. When he suggested the possibility of a prank, Sarah shook her head. "There's no one who would do this to me," she insisted. "And how would they make a disconnected phone ring?" Rodriguez recommended she remove the phone from the house. Sarah did, placing it in her garage that evening. The calls stopped for exactly 1 week. Then on September 24th, Sarah was startled awake at 3:17 a.m. by the sound of the rotary phone ringing, not from the garage, but from inside her house in the hallway where it had originally stood. Heart pounding, she walked downstairs to find the phone back in its place, ringing persistently in the darkness. This time when she answered, the voice was louder, more urgent. "I'm still in the cabinet, under the stairs." There was no cabinet under the stairs, just a solid wall painted the same cream color as the rest of the hallway. Sarah hung up and immediately called the police again. Officers Rodriguez and Peters arrived within minutes. They found Sarah sitting on her front porch, unwilling to go back inside. Together they examined the area under the stairs. Officer Peters noticed something unusual, a slight difference in the paint texture on one section of the wall. Using a flashlight to examine it more closely, he discovered what appeared to be the outline of a door, painted over so many times it was barely perceptible. When they pressed against it, the section gave way slightly, suggesting a space behind it. "We need to open this," Peters said quietly. With Sarah's permission, the officers used a crowbar from their patrol car to pry open the hidden door. Behind it was a small cabinet-like space, approximately 4 feet deep and 3 feet wide. It was empty except for a child's drawing on the floor, a crude crayon picture of a house with 4 stick figures standing outside. The forensic team arrived an hour later. They photographed the space, collected the drawing, and took samples from the walls and floor. Initial testing revealed nothing unusual, but when they used luminol, a chemical that detects trace amounts of blood, parts of the interior wall lit up with an eerie blue glow, indicating the presence of blood residue that could be decades old. Records on the house's previous occupants revealed that the elderly couple, Harold and Edith Simmons, had lived there for 37 years. Before them, the property had belonged to the Larson family from 1965 to 1980. The Larsons had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. The youngest, Alice Larson, had disappeared in 1979 at the age of 7. Her case had gone cold after months of investigation turned up no leads. Detective Laura Morgan was assigned to reopen Alice Larson's case. She interviewed surviving family members, including Alice's older brother, now in his 50s. There was something off about that house, he told Morgan. Alice used to talk about hearing voices from the walls. My parents thought she was making it up, typical kid stuff. After she disappeared, my mother was convinced she'd been taken by someone, but they never found any evidence of a break-in. Police brought in ground-penetrating radar to examine the foundation of the house and the surrounding property. They found no human remains. The cabinet space revealed no further evidence beyond the drawing and the blood residue, which DNA testing showed belonged to at least 2 different individuals, neither matching Alice's profile from her baby teeth that her mother had preserved. The phone, meanwhile, was taken to a lab for analysis. Technicians found nothing unusual about its mechanics. It was a standard Western Electric Model 500 from the early 1960s. There was no power source that could explain how it rang. Sarah Jenkins never returned to live in the house. She stayed with Diane for several weeks before finding an apartment across town. The house on Maple Street remained vacant, its reputation now tainted by the mysterious discovery. 6 months later, Detective Morgan received an unexpected call from a nursing home in Oregon. A resident there, suffering from advanced dementia, had been repeating the same phrase over and over during episodes of agitation. "She's still in the cabinet." The resident was Edith Simmons, widow of Harold Simmons, the previous owner of the house. Morgan flew to Oregon the next day, but by the time she arrived, Edith had passed away in her sleep. Nursing staff reported that in her final hours, Edith had been unusually lucid, asking repeatedly for forgiveness from someone named Alice. The investigation stalled again. The rotary phone, still in police custody, never rang again. Sarah Jenkins eventually moved to another state, declining all interview requests from true crime podcasters and documentary filmmakers who became interested in the case. In the summer of 2020, new owners purchased the house at a drastically reduced price. During renovations, workers removed the wall under the stairs entirely, expanding the hallway. Behind the drywall, embedded in the original plaster, they found a small metal box. Inside was a child's diary with Alice written on the cover. The entries stopped abruptly on April 17, 1979. The final entry read, "Daddy says if I tell anyone about the cabinet again, he'll put me back inside it. No one believes me anyway. The only one who listens is the old black phone." The diary is now key evidence in the reopened investigation into Alice Larson's disappearance. Her father, Thomas Larson, died in 1992. Her mother, Patricia, now living in a Florida retirement community, maintains that her husband was a loving parent who was devastated by their daughter's disappearance. The rotary phone sits in an evidence locker at the Millfield Police Department. Sometimes, late at night, officers on duty swear they can hear it faintly ringing, though no one dares to answer it. The cabinet under the stairs has been removed, the space now part of a renovated kitchen. But in Millfield, parents still tell their children to be home before dark, and local residents avoid walking past the house on Maple Street after sunset. The case of Alice Larson and the mysterious phone calls remains officially unsolved. For those in Millfield who remember, the question lingers: whose voice was really on the line, and what happened in that cabinet beneath the stairs all those years ago? Some secrets, it seems, refuse to stay hidden. Even decades later, they find ways to call out from the darkness, waiting for someone to finally answer. Crime 8, when Alina Prescott purchased the sprawling Victorian home at 412 Sycamore Lane in the quiet town of Millfield, Massachusetts, she thought she was buying her dream home. Built in 1887 by lumber baron Thomas Wilcox, the house had maintained much of its original character, including the collection of oil portraits that adorned its shadowy halls. The previous owners, an elderly couple who had moved to Florida, left them behind, explaining they were part of the home's history. Alina, a 38-year-old software developer who had recently divorced, was looking for a fresh start. She found the paintings somewhat unsettling with their stiff poses and unsmiling faces, but her real estate agent had insisted they added character and value to the property. There were 12 portraits in total, most depicting solemn-faced men with impressive facial hair and women in high-collared dresses, typical of the late 1800s. But one painting in particular, hung in the upstairs hallway, had caught Alina's attention from the first viewing. It depicted a garden party scene with a main subject, a man in a black suit standing prominently in the foreground. But it was a woman in the background that Alina found herself drawn to. She stood partially obscured by a tree, wearing a pale blue dress, her expression somehow more alive than the others, as if she were observing rather than posing. "That's Josephine Wilcox," the real estate agent had mentioned casually. "Thomas's second wife. Local legend says she disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1902, but nothing was ever proven." Alina had nodded politely, filing away the information as an interesting bit of local history, nothing more. The house needed work, updating the electrical system, replacing some damaged floorboards in the east wing, repairing the greenhouse attached to the back of the property, but Alina saw it as a project, something to occupy her mind during the long New England winters. For the first 3 weeks after moving in, Alina settled into a comfortable routine. She worked remotely from the sunroom during the day, explored the town in the evenings, and slowly began to make the house her own. She had considered taking down the portraits, but something always stopped her. They seemed, somehow, to belong there. It was on a Tuesday morning in October when things changed. Alina was walking down the upstairs hallway toward her bedroom when she stopped suddenly, her coffee mug halfway to her lips. Something was different about the garden party portrait. The woman in the background, Josephine, seemed to have turned her head, where before she had been gazing out toward the painted garden, she now appeared to be looking directly at the viewer. Alina stepped closer, setting her mug down on a side table. She studied the painting, telling herself it must be a trick of the morning light streaming through the window, or perhaps she had simply misremembered the original composition. After all, she hadn't paid that much attention to the specific details. But a chill ran through her as she studied the woman's face. Those eyes, they seemed to follow her movements. Alina quickly retrieved her phone and took a photograph of the painting, determined to compare it later to prove to herself that nothing had changed. That evening, as the autumn wind rattled the window panes, Alina scrolled through her phone's photo gallery. She had taken several pictures of the house when she first moved in to send to friends and family. There, a wide shot of the hallway that included the garden party portrait. She zoomed in and her breath caught. In the original photo, Josephine was indeed looking toward the garden, not at the viewer. Alina's hands trembled slightly as she set down her phone. "This is ridiculous," she said aloud to the empty house. "Paintings don't change." The next morning, she installed a small security camera in the hallway, positioning it to capture the portrait. She felt slightly foolish doing so, but told herself it was also good home security for a woman living alone in a large, somewhat isolated house. 3 days passed without incident. Alina reviewed the footage each evening, seeing nothing unusual. She began to relax, convincing herself she had imagined the whole thing. Perhaps the stress of the move, the divorce, the new job responsibilities had momentarily affected her perception. Then on the fourth night, as she sat reviewing the day's footage on her laptop, Alina froze. At 2:17 p.m., while she had been on a conference call in her office downstairs, something had happened. The footage showed the empty hallway, the painting clearly visible. Then, over the course of approximately 45 minutes, a subtle change occurred. It wasn't sudden, there was no jump or glitch in the footage. Rather, it was as if the paint itself was slowly shifting, the pigments rearranging themselves molecule by molecule. By 3:02 p.m., Josephine's hand, which had been hanging at her side in the painting, was now partially raised, as if she were about to wave or reach out. Alina replayed the footage 3 times, her heart pounding. This wasn't imagination. The camera had captured it. The painting had changed. She spent a sleepless night, alternating between rationalizing what she had seen. Could someone be playing an elaborate prank? Was there some kind of mechanical device behind the canvas, and fighting off waves of cold fear? By morning, she had convinced herself to approach this logically. She would contact an art expert to examine the painting. Dr. Marcus Holloway from the Millfield College Art Department agreed to stop by that afternoon. He was a tall, thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and an air of academic detachment that Alina found reassuring. He studied the painting for nearly 30 minutes, occasionally making notes. "It's quite remarkable," he finally said. "Late 19th century, certainly. The brushwork is excellent, but I don't see anything unusual about it from a technical perspective. No hidden mechanisms, if that's what you're wondering." "What about the subject matter?" Alina asked carefully. "The woman in the background, does she seem unusual to you?" Dr. Holloway peered more closely. "Interesting figure, yes. There's something in her expression that's quite compelling, almost as if she knows something the others in the scene don't." He straightened up. "But nothing that would suggest the painting could somehow physically change. That's simply not possible." Alina didn't show him the security footage. She thanked him for his time, and after he left, she stood in the hallway staring at the portrait. Josephine looked back at her, hand partially raised, eyes somehow knowing. That weekend, Alina drove into town to research the house's history at the local library. The librarian, a middle-aged woman named Martha who had lived in Millfield all her life, was eager to help. "Oh, the old Wilcox place, yes, quite a history there," Martha said as she pulled out several folders of local historical documents. Josephine Wilcox was something of a mystery in her day. She was much younger than Thomas, his second wife, after his first died of tuberculosis. People said she had an interest in photography, quite unusual for a woman in those days. She had a darkroom built in the greenhouse. Alina's interest peaked. The greenhouse, it's still there, though it needs repairs. Is it fascinating? Well, according to these old newspaper clippings, Josephine disappeared in the spring of 1902. Thomas reported her missing after she didn't come down for breakfast one morning. Her clothes, personal belongings, everything was still in the house, but she was gone. Was there an investigation? Alina asked. Martha nodded, sliding over a yellowed newspaper. The local police searched but found nothing. Some suspected Thomas himself. These wealthy men often got away with terrible things back then, but nothing was ever proven. The case went cold. Thomas lived in the house until his death in 1917, and then it passed through various owners. Later that afternoon, Alina found herself drawn to the greenhouse she had largely ignored since moving in. It was in disrepair, with several broken glass panes and overgrown plants that had gone wild over the years, but the basic structure was intact. She began clearing away dead vines and debris, working her way toward the far corner where a small door led to what might have been a storage room or a dark room. The door was swollen with moisture and difficult to open, but Alina managed to force it with a pry bar from her tool kit. Inside, the small room was dusty but remarkably preserved. Shelves lined the walls, and an old wooden table stood in the center. Most interesting were the faded photographs pinned to a cork board, landscapes mostly, but also several of the house itself, dating back to what must have been the early 1900s. As Alina examined the photos more closely, she noticed one that showed the garden behind the house. It appeared to be spring or summer, with the trees in full leaf. But what caught her eye was a tree in the foreground, a large oak that still stood on the property. On its trunk, partially visible, was what looked like a carving or marking of some kind. Alina left the greenhouse and walked to the oak tree, which now stood bare in the late October afternoon. She circled it slowly, examining the bark. On the far side, facing away from the house, she found it, a carving old and weathered but still discernible. It was a face crude but recognizable, with hollow eyes and a solemn expression. Alina reached out to touch it, tracing the lines with her fingers. The face resembled the woman in the painting, Josephine. Over the next week, Alina became increasingly obsessed with the mystery. She set up additional cameras throughout the house, capturing the other portraits as well. She spent hours in the darkroom, examining the old photographs, looking for clues. She even began to dream about Josephine, dreams where the woman from the painting stood at the foot of her bed, trying to speak but making no sound. The security footage continued to show subtle changes in the garden party portrait. Now Josephine's other hand held something, a small object that looked like a folded piece of paper. Alina started interviewing older residents of the town, anyone who might remember stories about the house or the Wilcox family. One elderly man, Raymond Cooper, who lived in a nursing home on the edge of town, claimed his grandmother had worked as a maid in the Wilcox house. Gran always said there was something not right about that house, he told Alina, his roomy eyes distant with memory. She said Mrs. Wilcox was afraid of her husband in the weeks before she disappeared, said she'd been taking photographs of something she wasn't supposed to see. Gran found her crying in the darkroom once, but Mrs. Wilcox wouldn't say what was wrong. The day after she disappeared, Gran said Mr. Wilcox burned a bunch of photographs in the fireplace. Did your grandmother have any idea what happened to Josephine? Alina asked. Raymond shook his head slowly. She had her suspicions, but nothing she could prove. She did say one strange thing, though. She said all the portraits in the house changed after that night. Not in any way you could put your finger on, just something in the eyes, like they'd seen something terrible. As October turned to November, Eleanor's research took on a frantic quality. She began to notice other changes in the house, cold spots in certain rooms, the sound of footsteps when she was alone, doors that were closed in the morning that she was certain she'd left open the night before. And always the paintings watched, not just Josephine now, but all of them, their eyes following her movements through the house. The breakthrough came when Eleanor finally decided to examine the floorboards in the east wing that needed replacing. As she pulled up one particularly damaged board, she found something underneath, a small metal box tarnished with age. Inside was a stack of photographs, preserved in the dark, dry space beneath the floor. The images were disturbing, a series of photographs taken in what appeared to be the master bedroom of the house. They showed Thomas Wilcox standing over what looked like a body wrapped in bed sheets. In each successive image, the body was being moved, first carried downstairs, then out toward the greenhouse. The final photograph showed the oak tree, its trunk unmarked at that time. Eleanor's hands shook as she realized what she was seeing. Josephine had documented her own impending murder. Perhaps she had suspected her husband's intentions and had set up a camera with a timer, or had an accomplice. Either way, she had created evidence, hidden it where it might someday be found, and then disappeared from history. That night, Eleanor couldn't sleep. The wind had picked up, whistling through the old house's many crevices, creating an eerie, almost human sound. Around 3 a.m., she went to the kitchen for a glass of water. As she passed through the hallway, she glanced up at the garden party portrait. Josephine was gone from the painting. Eleanor stopped, her blood turning to ice in her veins. Where the woman in blue had stood was now just the background, the tree, the garden beyond. It was as if she had never been there at all. A floorboard creaked behind Eleanor. She turned slowly, and there at the end of the hallway stood a figure in a pale blue dress, her face exactly as it had appeared in the portrait. For a moment, time seemed suspended as they regarded each other across the distance of a century. Then the figure raised her hand, the same gesture from the painting, but now Eleanor could see she was pointing toward the oak tree in the garden. By morning, Eleanor had packed a bag and checked into the Millfield Inn. She contacted the local police, showing them the photographs she had found. A forensic team was dispatched to the property, focusing on the area around the oak tree with the carved face. 3 days later, the remains of a woman were discovered buried beneath the oak. Preliminary analysis suggested they had been there for approximately 120 years. A locket found with the remains contained a small photograph of a woman in a pale blue dress, Josephine Wilcox. When Eleanor finally returned to the house, accompanied by 2 police officers, the garden party portrait had returned to its original state. Josephine stood in the background, looking out toward the garden, hand at her side, expression inscrutable. But now, knowing what she knew, Eleanor could see something in those painted eyes that she had missed before, a plea, a warning, a desire for truth. Eleanor sold the house 6 months later, but not before ensuring that Thomas Wilcox's long-forgotten crime was added to the historical record. Josephine was given a proper burial in the Millfield Cemetery, her gravestone marking both her birth and her true date of death. As for the portraits, Eleanor donated them to the Millfield Historical Society, where they hang to this day. Visitors sometimes comment on the garden party scene, particularly the haunting quality of the woman in the background, but no one has ever reported seeing her change position or expression. At least not yet. Crime 9, soft on the outside but with a strange lump inside. When cut open, the pillow released a sharp scent and a thick puff of white dust. Wrapped in plastic and buried inside was a cassette tape. The label said only one thing: don't let her sleep. Detective Sarah Harmon set the evidence bag down on her desk, staring at the cassette through the clear plastic. It was the fourth pillow they'd found this month, always delivered to a different woman in Millbrook, always containing the same strange message. The coincidence had become a pattern, and patterns made Sarah uneasy. Millbrook was the kind of town where people still left their doors unlocked. Located just outside of Portland, Maine, it maintained a quaint New England charm that attracted both tourists and those looking to escape city life. It was a place where the worst crimes typically involved teenagers stealing beer from the corner store or neighbors arguing over property lines. That changed 3 months ago on October 12th, 2023, when Eliza Winters disappeared. Eliza was 27, a kindergarten teacher at Millbrook Elementary. She lived alone in a small blue house on Maple Street, a gift from her grandmother who had passed away 2 years prior. Her colleagues described her as dedicated and soft-spoken. Her students adored her. On weekends, she volunteered at the animal shelter. There was nothing in her life that suggested danger. The morning she disappeared was ordinary. Security footage from the school showed her arriving at 7:15 a.m., carrying a tote bag full of art supplies and a travel mug of coffee. She waved to the custodian, Jim Barrows, and commented on the clear autumn day. She taught her class as usual. The school secretary remembered hearing Eliza's gentle laugh from down the hall during recess. At 3:45 p.m., Eliza walked to her car. The footage showed her getting in, checking her phone, and driving away. That was the last confirmed sighting of Eliza Winters. When she didn't show up for dinner with her parents that evening, they called her cell phone. No answer. They drove to her house. Her car wasn't in the driveway. The lights were off. Everything inside looked normal, except for one detail that her father, Richard Winters, couldn't explain. All the pillows from her bed were missing. The police initially treated it as a voluntary disappearance. Adults had the right to go missing if they wanted to, but Eliza's parents insisted something was wrong. Their daughter wouldn't miss dinner without calling. She wouldn't leave her cat unfed, and she certainly wouldn't take all her pillows but leave her phone, charger, wallet, and medication behind. 3 days later, Amanda Peterson, a florist who lived 2 streets over from Eliza, received a package on her doorstep. It wasn't unusual. She often ordered supplies online. But when she opened it, she found a pillow from Eliza's bed, and inside that pillow was a cassette tape. The recording was simple, 20 minutes of someone breathing, occasionally interrupted by what sounded like a woman crying. The quality was poor, as if recorded on outdated equipment. At the very end, a distorted voice whispered, "She can't sleep without her pillows." This was when Detective Harmon was assigned to the case. She'd worked in Millbrook PD for 15 years, handling everything from domestic disputes to the occasional burglary, but nothing like this. Sarah brought the pillow to the state crime lab. The results were puzzling. The white powder was a mixture of common household cleaners and crushed sleeping pills. The plastic contained no fingerprints. The cassette tape was an old Memorex brand, available at any thrift store. The voice on the recording was too distorted for voice recognition software. 2 weeks after Eliza disappeared, another woman received a pillow. Grace Thornton, 31, a nurse at Millbrook General. She didn't know Eliza personally, though they had both attended the same yoga class at the community center. Grace lived alone in an apartment complex on the other side of town. The pillow arrived in a plain brown box with no return address or postage marks, suggesting it was hand-delivered. This cassette contained different audio, a recording of someone walking through tall grass, then the sound of digging, followed by 30 seconds of silence. Then the same distorted voice. The body remembers even when the mind forgets. Sarah interviewed everyone who knew both women. There was little overlap in their social circles beyond the yoga class, which had 20 regular attendees. She looked for other connections, same doctor, same grocery store, same church, but found nothing conclusive. Then the third pillow arrived at the home of Dr. Melissa Chen, a psychologist who had moved to Millbrook just 6 months earlier. She lived in a renovated farmhouse on the outskirts of town with her husband and 2 teenage children. Unlike the others, she had no apparent connection to Eliza or Grace. The third cassette was the most disturbing. It contained the sound of someone sorting through what seemed to be pills or small objects in a container, then pouring water, then more silence. The voice at the end said, "She helps them sleep now, all of them." By this point, the town was on edge. Women began traveling in groups. The local hardware store sold out of security cameras and door locks. Schools implemented early dismissal to ensure children were home before dark. The Millbrook Gazette ran daily updates on the investigation, though there was little to report. Sarah spent hours listening to the tapes, analyzing the backgrounds for any clues, a bird call, a passing car, anything that might indicate where they were recorded. She collected soil samples from various locations around town, trying to match them to trace elements found in the white powder. She interviewed former patients of Dr. Chen, looking for anyone who might hold a grudge. The fourth pillow arrived yesterday, addressed to Sarah herself. This was a clear escalation, a message to the detective that the sender was watching her too. The cassette inside contained only silence for the full length of the tape until the final 10 seconds when the voice said, "You're looking in the wrong places, detective. The answer is in their dreams." Sarah hadn't told anyone about the contents of this latest tape. Something about it felt different, more personal. She'd taken it home instead of logging it as evidence, a breach of protocol that could cost her the case or even her job, but her instincts told her this was the right move. That night she sat at her kitchen table with her case notes spread out before her. The connections between the women seemed random, but Sarah didn't believe in random. There had to be something they shared, something that made them targets. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through social media accounts. Eliza's Instagram showed photos of her classroom, her cat, hiking trips. Grace's Facebook page was mostly work friends and family gatherings. Dr. Chen maintained only a professional LinkedIn profile. Then Sarah noticed something. In one of Eliza's photos from last summer, she was standing outside a small brick building with a sign that read Millbrook Sleep Clinic. The caption said, "Finally getting help for my insomnia, #sleep matters." A quick search revealed that Grace had left a review for the same clinic 8 months ago. "Dr. Turner helped me overcome my night terrors. Highly recommend." And Dr. Chen, she wasn't just any psychologist. Her specialty was sleep disorders. In fact, according to her LinkedIn, she had consulted at several sleep clinics before moving to Millbrook. Sarah's heart raced as she pulled up the website for the Millbrook Sleep Clinic. The staff page showed 5 employees, Dr. James Turner, 2 nurses, a receptionist, and a sleep technician named Marcus Webb. She ran a background check on Webb. He had worked at the clinic for 3 years with no prior criminal record, but before Millbrook, he had worked at sleep clinics in 3 other states, each for less than a year. In each location, there had been a missing persons case within 6 months of his departure. None had been solved. Sarah drove to the clinic at dawn. The building was dark, but a single car sat in the back parking lot. A gray sedan registered to Marcus Webb. She called for backup but decided not to wait. Something told her time was running out. The back door was unlocked. Sarah drew her weapon and entered quietly. The hallway was lined with doors to small rooms containing beds for sleep studies. All were empty except the last one. Inside, she found Marcus sitting beside a bed where a woman lay sleeping, connected to monitoring equipment. It was Eliza Winters. Eliza wasn't dead, as the tapes had implied. She was in a medically induced coma. So were the other missing women from the previous towns. All 5 of them were there, in different rooms, all sleeping. Marcus looked up at Sarah without surprise, as if he'd been expecting her. "They couldn't sleep," he said simply. "I fixed them." The investigation revealed that Marcus had been systematically targeting women with severe sleep disorders. He believed he was helping them by keeping them in a perpetual state of rest. The pillows and tapes were his way of finding new patients, women who understood the torment of sleeplessness. Eliza and the others survived, though the long-term effects of the induced coma remained uncertain. Marcus Webb was arrested and charged with multiple counts of kidnapping and illegal administration of controlled substances. But the case left many questions unanswered. The sleep clinic's official records showed no connection between Marcus and Dr. Chen, yet they had worked in the same facility for months. And most disturbing of all, when Sarah searched Marcus's apartment, she found dozens of pillows, each with a cassette tape inside, labeled with names of women across the country. Some of those women had never been reported missing. Sarah still keeps the tape addressed to her in her desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night when she can't sleep, she considers playing it again, wondering if there was a message hidden in the silence that she missed. A clue to how many more pillowcases remain undiscovered. In Millbrook, people now lock their doors at night, and many residents have thrown away their pillows, preferring to sleep without them rather than wonder what might be hidden inside. Story 10, the apartment had sat vacant for months, shrouded in silence and secrets. When the new tenants finally crossed the threshold, their expectations were tempered by the dust of neglect and the echoes of forgotten lives. But one door, stubbornly closed, withheld its mysteries. A closet, locked tight from within, held a chilling enigma waiting to be unraveled. As the landlord forced the door ajar, anticipation mingled with trepidation. What lay beyond was not mere clutter or discarded belongings. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, uneven scratches that spoke of desperation and confinement. In the shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single, haunting message left unread. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling enigmas, felt a shiver dance along her spine at the sight. It was not the presence of gore or violence that unsettled her, but rather the silent plea etched into those walls, a tale of captivity and fear. "We need forensics now," she murmured to her partner, Officer Reed, whose camera clicked in solemn rhythm as it captured the haunting evidence before them, "and gather the records of the previous tenants." The cryptic message on the phone whispered ominous truths. "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous disposition and slippery palms, divulged scant details of the previous tenant, a young woman, withdrawn and unobtrusive, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent and unanswered questions. Forensic analysis unveiled a macabre tapestry woven into the walls, the DNA of the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, intricately entwined with the fabric of the room. Yet, amidst the strands of her existence, 2 alien threads emerged. One remained a mystery, unclaimed by any database. The other belonged to a man long declared deceased, Derek Mercer, a specter from the past returned to haunt the present. Emma's apartment whispered of interrupted routines and unanswered calls, of a life abruptly severed in its prime. The trail led to a phantom boyfriend, unnamed but ominous in his intensity and secrecy. Surveillance footage painted a grim tableau of Emma's final moments, shadowed by the presence of a mysterious figure whose identity remained veiled. The revelation of Mercer's fingerprints on the closet's doorknob unfurled a sinister web connecting disparate tragedies. The missing pieces coalesced into a portrait of horror, an intricate tapestry of manipulation and malevolence. As the investigation unfolded, a new victim emerged from the shadows. Lynette Porter, a name lost to the annals of the missing, but now found in the depths of Mercer's depravity. Her voice, hollow with suffering, bore witness to the atrocities she had endured. The tendrils of Mercer's deception reached far and wide, ensnaring the innocent in a web of darkness. But as the net drew closer, his facade crumbled, revealing a mind twisted by a thirst for control and suffering. The manhunt for Mercer spanned realms, traversing boundaries of justice and sanity. The psychologist's profile painted a portrait of a man driven not by mere violence, but by a sadistic desire to inflict pain and witness the erosion of hope. In the final reckoning, Mercer's mask of calm shattered, revealing the abyss of his depravity. His words, laced with venomous rationale, sought to justify the unjustifiable. The trial, a theater of horrors, unveiled the extent of Mercer's manipulation and deceit. Emma's body, lost to the shadows, found a voice in the silence of the courtroom, a silent scream that echoed through the chambers of justice. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate, a whisper of relief danced through the room. Lynette Porter, resolute in her defiance, cast a beacon of light into the darkness that had sought to engulf her. The case, a harrowing chapter in the annals of crime, left its mark on the department, a legacy of vigilance and empathy in the face of malevolence. Detective Shaw, keeper of secrets and seeker of truth, held onto a piece of that dark puzzle, a reminder that survival is not always measured in blood, but in the silent struggles etched into the walls of the forgotten. Story 11. The worn envelope, tinged with age, bore a fresh stamp, as if time had paused just days ago. With cautious hands, the detective unfurled its contents. A single sheet of paper, its message hastily typed in an erratic script, whispered, "I am sorry for what I did." A subtle dampness clung to the paper, carrying a faint scent of iron. But as Detective Sarah Morgan's gaze lingered, a reddish smear along the edge caught her attention, a chilling revelation. It was not mere ink staining the paper, but human blood. Carefully, she secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved touch a dance of precision honed by years of practice. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The blood matched the DNA from an unresolved homicide case that had long plagued the department's efforts. The victim, a budding journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met her tragic end with multiple stab wounds in her own apartment. Her laptop vanished, notes scattered like fallen leaves, a silent testament to the unfinished story she had pursued. Despite exhaustive interviews and tireless investigation, the case had slipped into the icy grip of obscurity, and now a cryptic letter had materialized at the precinct, simply addressed to Homicide Division. The fingerprints on the paper and envelope were scarce, leaving behind only faint smudges hinting at gloved hands. But the postmark offered a fragile thread of hope, a lead emerging from the shadows after months of stagnation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the ominous letter at the heart of the board adorned with grim reminders of past failures. "This changes everything," she declared to her comrades. "Our perpetrator carries the weight of remorse." Yet Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in the quest for justice, offered a somber counterpoint. "Or perhaps it's a facade, a theatrical ploy to toy with us," he mused, his gaze fixed on the haunting message before them. The forensics team meticulously traced the unique impressions of the vintage typewriter to a bygone model, a relic of the past yet not beyond reach. Delving into the depths of Rebecca's life, they unearthed a tale of unyielding determination and a quest to unveil hidden truths. Her latest investigation delved into a wealthy family entwined with local politics, a web of secrets veiled by shadows. As they revisited familiar faces in Rebecca's orbit, a subtle shift in demeanor caught their eye. The boyfriend, Michael Barnes, harboring secrets beneath a veneer of grief. In a whispered confession, he spoke of Rebecca's fears, of shadows stalking her for reasons unbeknownst to him. The tendrils of suspicion tightened their grip, weaving a tangled web of deceit and betrayal. A second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten confession, the same crimson stain tainting its edges. The words unfurled a sinister tale of hidden agendas and a truth too perilous to bear. Following the breadcrumb trail of clues, the investigation led them to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where shadows whispered of treachery and deceit. The eldest son, Richard, stood amidst a collection of antiquities, his demeanor a mask too polished to conceal the truth that lay dormant within. A breakthrough shimmered on the horizon as microscopic fibers on the envelopes unveiled a connection to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A revelation unfolded as Eleanor disclosed Richard's clandestine request for her stationery, a silent accomplice in a macabre dance of deception. A search of Richard's abode unearthed a chamber of secrets, a shrine to Rebecca's demise concealed in plain sight. The tendrils of guilt intertwined, binding the perpetrators in a tapestry of their own making. The final puzzle piece fell into place with a damning recording, a whisper captured in the shadows. Richard's voice, cold and unyielding, sealed his fate as the architect of Rebecca's untimely end. Betrayal intertwined with greed, a lethal combination that shattered lives and dreams in its wake. As the wheels of justice turned, Michael's confession shattered the fragile facade of innocence, his plea deal a damning testimony to the darkness that lurked within. In the hallowed halls of the courtroom, justice unfurled its wings, casting a harsh light on the shadows that had cloaked the truth for too long. Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled beneath the weight of evidence, a damning symphony of guilt and betrayal. The echoes of Rebecca's voice lingered in the air, a silent testament to a life extinguished too soon. As the gavel fell, sealing Richard's fate, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering solace in the wake of their unspeakable loss. The blood-stained letters, now relegated to the confines of evidence storage, stood as a stark reminder that even the most meticulous schemes crumble beneath the weight of truth. In the stillness of the night, the echoes of Rebecca's story whispered through the corridors of time, a cautionary tale of shadows and the fragile threads that bind us all. Story 12. In the stillness of the night, a pocket dial broke the silence. Static and muffled sounds lingered, almost disregarded by the operator until a voice pierced through the noise. A woman's frantic whisper filled the void. "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended. The number traced back to an eerie, empty house, its walls echoing with memories long forgotten. Abandoned for years, it stood as a relic of a past shrouded in mystery. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances to hint at what had transpired within its walls. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, a phone rested on the dusty counter, its screen faintly glowing in the darkness. The call had been made mere moments ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn to the enigma before her. Pressing the playback button for the fifth time, the haunting whisper echoed in her mind, desperate, terrified, and utterly impossible. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had fled following a devastating house fire that had ravaged the West Wing. Since then, the house had stood empty, visited only by a caretaker who swore that no one had trespassed within its walls. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired, turning to her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer revealed a perplexing truth. The number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the family. She had perished in a tragic car accident 3 years prior, her presence now lingering in the empty house through an inexplicable call. As the investigation unfolded, the pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together. A phone, once owned by a deceased woman, making calls from a desolate house defied all logic. The forensic team scoured the scene, finding no tangible evidence to explain the bizarre occurrence. No fingerprints, no footprints, no clues to unravel the enigma that enveloped them. The recording of the call became the focal point of their inquiry, a mere 11 seconds capturing static, faint breathing, and 5 chilling words. Voice analysis confirmed the voice as Catherine Sullivan's with an unsettling 98% certainty. The timestamp revealed an uncanny coincidence. The call had taken place at the exact moment of Catherine's tragic demise 3 years earlier. Interviews with those who knew Catherine painted a portrait of a life cut short. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely bewildered. Her mother, living a solitary existence in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the haunting whisper, recognizing it as her daughter's voice filled with fear and despair. Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, found himself under scrutiny. Despite having an alibi for the night of the call, the inexplicable connection between the abandoned house and Catherine's tragic fate cast a shadow of doubt over his involvement. The truth lay buried beneath layers of deception and manipulation. A breakthrough came in the form of a journal discovered among Catherine's belongings. Detailed entries chronicled a relationship marred by control, isolation, and escalating fear. The final entry, a chilling prophecy of doom, hinted at a sinister truth lurking in the shadows. Confronted with damning evidence, Mark's facade crumbled. Denials turned to desperate justifications as the truth unraveled before him. The buried phone unearthed a tale of betrayal and malice, its contents painting a grim picture of a life cut short by deceit and treachery. The wheels of justice turned as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Mark's sinister machinations laid bare, his manipulation of truth and reality exposed for all to see. The voice that had echoed from beyond the grave now served as a beacon of justice, a reminder that even in death, the silence can find a way to speak their truth. As Mark's conviction was sealed, the phone from the abandoned house found its final resting place in the evidence locker. A silent sentinel to a tale of deception and retribution, its presence a haunting reminder of the voice that refused to be silenced. And in the stillness of the night, officers whispered of phantom rings, a tribute to the enduring legacy of a woman whose voice echoed through the darkness, seeking justice in a world haunted by secrets. Story 13. The aged apartment held onto its secrets, with its groaning pipes and creaking floorboards creating a symphony of oddities. Yet the new tenant discerned a difference in the sounds that echoed through the walls. The footsteps, deliberate and steady, seemed to originate from above, despite her dwelling on the highest floor. One fateful night, mustering her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The noise ceased, enveloping the room in an eerie stillness. Then a single knock reverberated, not from above, but from within the very ceiling. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, chose to keep the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic space. As the nights unfolded, the footsteps persisted, tracing invisible paths across her ceiling in the cloak of darkness. Sarah adapted, cranking up the volume on her television, donning headphones to bed, anything to muffle the rhythmic footfalls that haunted her nights. Detective Morris stumbled upon the peculiar apartment when a maintenance worker uncovered a hidden crawl space while conducting routine repairs. Behind a section of drywall, a narrow passage emerged, defying the building's original blueprint. Illuminated by a flashlight, the space revealed a crude living area, littered with remnants of human presence, a soiled blanket, food wrappers, water bottles, and a tattered notebook. The police were summoned promptly, and Detective Morris, alongside his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker visibly shaken. "Someone's been living in the walls," he repeated, his voice trembling. "Someone's been watching." The notebook divulged meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her routines, her habits, her very essence meticulously documented. The entries started with precision but devolved into chaos, with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the final entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic experts delved into the crawl space, uncovering fingerprints that matched no known records. A labyrinth of passages intertwined within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades, connecting to multiple apartments but culminating in observation points solely within Sarah's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded little, as former inhabitants painted a harrowing picture. Reports of feeling watched, unexplained movements, and an unsettling presence plagued those who once called Sarah's apartment home. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic blood spatter led to the identification of Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace years prior. Martin had dwelled directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris unearthed a troubling pattern surrounding a former tenant named Edward, a recluse who had resided in various top-floor units before vanishing abruptly after confrontations with neighbors. Tracking Edward's movements, investigators stumbled upon a secluded cabin adorned with images of apartment residents, intricate notes on building structures, and chilling journals chronicling his specimens and habitat maintenance. Beneath a corkboard lay newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 in total, matching the former residents of Edward's past abodes. The grisly discovery of human remains behind the cabin solidified Edward's sinister legacy. As the forensic team endeavored to identify the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's building, where whispers of lingering noises persisted despite the sealed crawl spaces. During the installation of enhanced security measures, a notebook akin to the first was discovered, hinting at Edward's continued presence with a chilling message. "They found my old nest, but not my new one." A sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, with a new passage marked in red and a date for that very night, sent authorities into a frantic search for the missing tenant. Sarah's apartment stood vacant, a ghostly reminder of her sudden disappearance. A cryptic message etched onto the fogged bathroom mirror, "Look up," unveiled a concealed opening above the shower, leading to an unsettling revelation. The pursuit of Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a construction worker with a penchant for clandestine renovations, intensified. Thermal scans of Sarah's building unveiled no traces of current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remained a mystery, her case entwined with a string of vanishings across state lines. Detective Morris, haunted by the image of Sarah ensnared in Edward's web night after night, couldn't shake the echoing footsteps in his own home. As he gazed at his ceiling in solitude, he pondered who else might be listening in the shadows, waiting to emerge from the darkness. Story 14, the hotel appeared worn, a relic of another era, a place where guests passed through fleetingly. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar glance. "Just remember, avoid the last door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue tugged at her, urging her to unravel the mystery. That evening, amidst the hushed corridors, she found herself standing before that fateful door. The brass handle sent a chill through her fingers. To the naked eye, it seemed no different from its neighbors until she pressed her ear against it. A faint, mysterious breath whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed, weariness clinging to her frame, slipped beneath the tape marking the crime scene. The stench assaulted her senses, first a tang of metal and decay, a scent all too familiar. Blood had seeped into the threadbare carpet, melding with its murky hues. The room was a juxtaposition, an immaculate bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and a jarring sight between them. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant eyes stared upwards, frozen in a silent scream or perhaps disbelief. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disrupt the evidence markers scattered around. "Third one this season," the forensic expert remarked clinically, capturing the scene through his lens. "Same modus operandi as the others," Reed acknowledged in silence. The victim adorned in finery, a stark contrast to the shabby motel setting. A luxury handbag lay open on the nightstand, contents untouched. This wasn't a crime of theft, but one of a more sinister motive driving the perpetrator. The motel manager lingered anxiously by the threshold, his complexion drained of color. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. The maid stumbled upon her during the cleaning rounds. Reed surveyed the room once more. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either welcomed her assailant willingly or recognized them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board. 3 women strikingly similar, all discovered in nondescript motels off the beaten path. Speculation swirled in the media, hinting at a serial predator lurking in their midst. "The autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation. No trace of DNA under the victim's nails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brows. This was a crime fueled by personal vendetta, not mere predation. Days blended into nights as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage from the motel yielded no breakthroughs. The latest victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, had no known enemies. Her associates described her as cautious, detail-oriented, not the type to willingly stay in such a place. A breakthrough surfaced during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from her workplace, the sister divulged, hands trembling around her cup. "Someone enigmatic, married, I believe," Reed leaned in. "Did she ever disclose a name? Just see," the sister whispered. The focus shifted to Werner's office. Colleagues painted a picture of a reserved, professional woman. None were privy to her personal affairs. Yet a business card tucked discreetly in her desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, the senior vice president. Emerson maintained a faade of composure during questioning, concerned, cooperative, maintaining a calculated distance. His alibi checked out, an evening meal with his spouse and friends, but a flicker in his gaze unsettled Reed. "Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed inquired casually. A fleeting shadow crossed Emerson's features, imperceptible to most. strictly professional. Forensic analysis later matched partial prints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his veneer crumbled. "We were involved," he confessed, "but I called it off. She threatened to expose me to my wife." "Was that enough to drive you to murder?" Reed probed. Emerson's countenance hardened. "I never set foot in that motel, yet records told a different tale. A transaction on his corporate card for the neighboring room, a room outfitted with surveillance gear. Fiber traces from his distinctive suit linked him to the crime scene. His DNA lingered on a glass in Werner's quarters. Investigation of his home computer unveiled incriminating footage of the prior victims. The unsettling pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women bearing resemblance to his wife in her youth. He lured them to designated motels, always selecting the room adjacent to the last door on the left, a room prepped with hidden cameras. After recording their encounters, he returned to erase the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation chamber, Emerson's composure finally fractured. "They were a threat to everything I've built," he murmured. "My reputation, my wedlock, my very existence." The trial unfolded swiftly, a spectacle in the stark courtroom. Emerson remained stoic, devoid of remorse, his corporate mask firmly in place. The judge decreed a life sentence without the possibility of parole. As he was led away, Reed caught his gaze. In that fleeting moment, she glimpsed not a shred of humanity, but a chilling void where empathy should have resided. The media dubbed it the door on the left case. Psychologists probed Emerson's psyche, while true crime aficionados dissected every detail. Yet for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Sometimes, wandering down hotel corridors, she found herself counting doors, pondering the enigmas concealed behind them. In the evidence vault, 3 identical motel keys lay secured, a poignant reminder that certain doors, once opened, can never be shut again. Story 15: The Hidden Observer. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement, and the blueprints held no clue of its existence. Yet, as the family peeled back the worn carpet in their new home, they uncovered a door concealed beneath. With a heavy, rusted handle, it took the strength of 3 to pry it open, releasing a rush of stale air laden with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps into the darkness, they anticipated a storage space, but instead found a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. Behind it, a row of photographs caught their gaze, familiar faces from within their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property during the cold embrace of winter. The aging structure exuded character and history, a facade that masked the depths of secrets lurking within. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the eerie basement already ensnared in yellow tape fluttering in the breeze. Mrs. Mercer's shaken voice had alerted them to the hidden chamber beneath their feet, prompting Connors to order meticulous documentation before further exploration. The basement, no larger than a standard bedroom, held a single chair bolted to the floor under the harsh glare of a bare bulb casting dancing shadows. But it was the wall of photographs, arranged in a chilling timeline, that gripped their attention. Each image, meticulously dated, depicted the Mercer family in their most intimate moments, all captured without their knowledge. The investigation unveiled a haunting truth. Previous owners' fingerprints lingered in the space, a testament to the silent watchers who had inhabited the home before the Mercers. As they delved deeper, the history of the property unfurled like a sinister tapestry, each thread weaving a tale of intrusion and voyeurism. The breakthrough came with a contractor's chilling denial of the basement's existence during his renovation years prior. His shaken demeanor hinted at a truth too unsettling to comprehend. Digital forensics unearthed a trove of hidden surveillance, each image and audio clip a violation of the families who had once called the house their own. A narrow passage concealed a monitoring station, complete with a journal detailing the lives of each family in meticulous detail. The author, Edward Kelvin, the house's elusive builder, had vanished from public records, his presence lingering in the hidden recesses of the home he had crafted. The manhunt for Kelvin culminated in a discovery that shattered the Mercers' sense of security. Curled within the walls he had fashioned, Kelvin spoke of the families as mere subjects in his private drama, a delusion that painted him as a guardian rather than an intruder. The trial peeled back the layers of the house's design, revealing a sinister purpose woven into its very foundation. As the wrecking ball demolished the property, its former inhabitants were left grappling with the realization that their lives had been observed, catalogued, and manipulated by an unseen force. The families who had once resided within those walls found themselves haunted by the specter of intrusion, forever questioning the sanctity of their privacy. In the silence of their new homes, they couldn't help but wonder, were they truly alone, or had they always been under the watchful gaze of a hidden observer? Story 16. In the quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail for Sarah Miller, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. It was a single brass key, worn with time, and though she didn't recognize it, there was a strange sense of familiarity that lingered in her mind. The key refused to turn in any of the locks in her home, indicating it didn't belong to her. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, eerie chime, despite being broken for years. Sarah, feeling unsettled by the strange occurrence, reported it to the authorities, thinking it was just an odd mishap. Little did she know this seemingly innocent event would spiral into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the neighborhood had ever seen. The responding officer, initially skeptical, took the key as evidence to calm Sarah's nerves, placing it in a small evidence bag that would soon become the center of a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a knack for unraveling complex cases, received the file during a morning briefing. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet oddly disturbing. Background checks on Sarah revealed no red flags. She was a retired high school English teacher, a widow with adult children living far away. Nothing in her history hinted at any involvement in criminal activities. Forensic analysis found only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, and the envelope yielded no useful clues other than a generic postmark. The key, a standard Schlage, was well worn and appeared to be several years old, but it was when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique pattern through the department database that a chilling connection was revealed. 7 years prior, an identical key pattern had been linked to a cold case involving a storage unit filled with evidence of unspeakable horrors, blood-stained carpets, cutting tools, and photographs of unconscious women. The original investigation had hit a dead end due to lack of evidence. As Harmon delved deeper into the case, he discovered that the key led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's who had seemingly vanished without a trace. Jenkins, a quiet and unassuming man, had a history of sporadic employment and frequent relocations. His dark secrets began to surface as investigators uncovered a hidden room beneath the floorboards of a cabin registered to his deceased mother. Inside the concealed room were shelves lined with dozens of brass keys, each engraved with a name and date. 5 keys matched the women from the photographs found in the storage unit, while 27 keys hinted at additional victims previously unknown to the authorities. The grim reality of Jenkins' atrocities sent shockwaves through the community. A nationwide manhunt ensued as authorities raced to apprehend Jenkins, now known as the Keymaster. The search led to a remote wilderness where Jenkins was eventually located. Refusing to surrender, he met his end in a confrontation with law enforcement, leaving behind a journal detailing his crimes and a chilling message for Sarah. The investigation uncovered a total of 32 victims, bringing closure to families who had long wondered about their missing loved ones. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, could never return to her home, haunted by the realization of how close she had come to unimaginable evil. The grandfather clock's mysterious chime was revealed to be a sinister act of surveillance, as Jenkins had been watching and waiting for the moment Sarah received his gift. The case stands as a harrowing reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind a facade of normalcy, prompting ongoing research into the minds of predators like Jenkins. Locked away in an evidence locker, the collection of brass keys serves as a silent testament to the lives lost, each key a somber reminder of the devastating truth behind the veil of ordinary existence. Story 17. As renovations unfurled their mysterious dance within the old Victorian home, Sarah and Michael plunged into a whirlpool of discovery. Amongst the relics of bygone eras, crumpled newspapers, fractured trinkets, and fading photographs, a solitary letter lay concealed beneath the floorboards, a silent witness to the secrets held within the walls. The paper, weathered and fragile, whispered its cryptic warning in faded ink: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the weight of the message could settle upon them, the stillness of the house shattered under the force of 3 sharp knocks reverberating through the empty corridors, an ominous echo that sent shivers cascading down their spines. Ensnared in a web of intrigue, Sarah and Michael had embarked on their renovation journey, captivated by the ornate elegance and storied past of the estate they now called home. Little did they fathom that their endeavors would unearth a tale steeped in unease and trepidation. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a gaze that could unravel the most enigmatic of enigmas, arrived at the scene alongside her stalwart partner. The exposed floorboards bore witness to the hidden abyss below, a dark void that beckoned secrets long buried to the surface. With hands weathered by years of unraveling mysteries, Detective Reed delicately retrieved the ominous note, its surface already tainted by the unwitting touch of the homeowners. As the couple recounted the chilling echoes that had pierced the silence, Reed delved deeper into the shadows cast by the house's enigmatic past. Background checks painted a picture of normalcy for Sarah and Michael, newlyweds: solid credit, steady jobs. Yet the house itself harbored a tapestry of complexities woven through its history. Once the cherished abode of the Hargrove family for generations, the house had stood deserted for 2 years following the passing of its final occupant, the reclusive widow Margaret Hargrove. Neighbors spoke of her with fondness, noting her solitary yet amiable nature. No hint of malice tainted her legacy. No whispers of foul play clouded her demise, labeled as the gentle embrace of natural causes by the coroner. And yet an unsettling undercurrent lingered, a silent murmur of disquiet that refused to fade. Forensic scrutiny dated the cryptic warning to a chapter in the past, a time when Margaret and her husband Franklin dwelled within the confines of the Victorian enclave. The script bore the imprint of distress, its contours etched with the weight of fear and urgency. Franklin, a revered figure in the community, a retired educator and skilled artisan, cast a shadow of mystery through his final years. A former pupil, haunted by memories of a man teetering on the brink of paranoia, unveiled a fragment of the puzzle that had long evaded comprehension. The tapestry of truth unraveled further with each thread Reed painstakingly tugged, leading her to Margaret's sister, a frail soul sheltering memories that flickered in the twilight of recollection. In hushed tones, she revealed the specter that haunted Margaret's final days, the collector, the harbinger of debts unpaid. Franklin's dalliance with gambling had beckoned forth a shadow that refused to fade, a phantom that had come knocking with relentless persistence. Returning to the house with resolve etched in her gaze, Reed enlisted the aid of forensic experts to peel back the layers of time that cloaked the house's chilling secret. In the recesses of the crawlspace, the truth lay shrouded in plastic, a skeletal testament to a tale of betrayal and retribution. The remains of a man, his fractured skull a silent witness to a violent end, bore no resemblance to Franklin Hargrove, whose ashes had long scattered to the winds as per his final wishes. With each revelation, the shadows of the past coalesced into a harrowing narrative of deceit and desperation. The identity of the interred soul emerged from the shroud of anonymity: Victor Mercer, a shadowy figure enmeshed in the dark underbelly of illicit gambling rings. His disappearance 2 decades prior had veiled his fate in mystery, a puzzle piece that found its place amidst the bones unearthed from the depths of the crawlspace. Margaret's diaries, unearthed from the attic's shadows, bore witness to the torment that had seeped into the very foundation of the house. Her words, etched in ink, painted a portrait of paranoia and dread, of phantom echoes that lingered long after the final knock had sounded. The nocturnal symphony of 3 sharp raps echoed through her solitude, a chilling reminder of debts unpaid and sins unburied. As the tendrils of justice unfurled their grasp upon the shadows of the past, Sarah and Michael made the solemn decision to part ways with the haunted abode, its legacy too heavy a burden to bear. The house, standing as a silent sentinel to tales untold, slipped into the embrace of vacancy, its echoes mingling with the whispers of local lore. Rumors, born on the wings of the wind, spoke of nights veiled in darkness where 3 distinct knocks reverberated through the hollow halls, a spectral reminder of the secrets that lay interred within the house's time-worn walls. The note, now a relic of caution, stood as a sentinel in evidence storage, its message a haunting refrain: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Margaret, in her silence, had left a legacy of shadows that danced in the corners of the mind, a testament to the unfathomable depths of human frailty and fear. Detective Reed, in her final report, penned the conclusion to a saga that defied simple resolution, a tale where the line between truth and mystery blurred into an enigma that lingered in the twilight realms of the unknown. Story 18. The town held its secrets close, whispering tales of the house nestled at the edge of the woods. A solitary figure against the backdrop of towering trees, its windows veiled in shadow, its porch worn down by the relentless march of time. No one dared claim ownership of the mysterious dwelling, and the origin of its construction remained shrouded in the mists of forgotten memory. But when a group of intrepid hikers strayed too near, they stumbled upon a chilling sight: names etched into the wooden walls, carved with a deep and ominous precision. At the very bottom of the list, untouched by the ravages of time, lay a name unfamiliar to them all. And as one of the hikers quivered and whispered, "That name, it's mine." In the dead of night, a call pierced the silence, registering as a routine trespassing complaint. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the ill-fated hiking expedition that stumbled upon the haunting discovery. Responding officers anticipated nothing more than a case of juvenile mischief, a harmless prank gone awry. But what awaited them defied all logical explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness cloaked the forest in a blanket of shadows. Her flashlight pierced through the gloom, casting an eerie glow upon the weathered facade of the enigmatic house. the names 27 in total etched vertically along the eastern wall, some fading into obscurity with age, others stark and fresh as if carved only moments before. And at the base of the list the name Mason Wright stood out, its edges still tinged with the scent of freshly cut wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his breath forming ethereal wisps in the frigid air. "How could anyone know my name?" Thus began an investigation that would unravel the very fabric of reality. Background checks on each name led to a bone-chilling revelation. Every name on that wall belonged to individuals who had vanished without a trace over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open wounds in the annals of law enforcement. Yet all shared a common, harrowing thread: they had disappeared while journeying through the woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, that of Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a missing persons case from 37 years prior, a young woman who had ventured into the forest and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Amidst the scrutiny, Mason's story remained unwavering. He professed no ties to the area beyond that fateful hike with his college companions, chosen at random based on an online suggestion. His innocence seemed apparent, yet the tendrils of darkness coiled ever tighter around the investigation. The focus shifted to Mason's comrades, particularly Emily Chen, the group's photographer. Upon examining her snapshots, analysts stumbled upon a disconcerting anomaly: a blurred figure lurking at the fringes of 3 separate photographs, a tall, slender specter obscured by the veil of the forest. "We saw no one else on our journey," Emily insisted, her voice tinged with a hint of unease. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller authorized a thorough search of the house's interior, revealing an abandoned husk coated in dust and decay. Yet in the bowels of the basement, a macabre tableau unfurled itself before the horrified eyes of law enforcement. Personal effects belonging to the missing hikers lay meticulously arranged on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each bearing a name that corresponded to those on the exterior wall. Beneath the harsh glare of ultraviolet light, crimson patterns danced upon the concrete floor, a testament to years of efforts to erase the traces of unspeakable deeds. As the inquiry deepened, Mason's behavior took a disquieting turn. He reported a slew of unsettling phenomena: whispers in the dead of night, enigmatic footprints leading to his doorstep but vanishing into nothingness, shadowy figures looming at the periphery of his vision. The authorities assigned a guardian to watch over him, yet the tendrils of paranoia continued to tighten their grip. A breakthrough emerged with the unearthing of long-buried land records from county archives, revealing the enigmatic past of a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. A spectral figure in the memories of the town's denizens, he had vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance left unexplored by official channels. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller delved deeper into the heart of the surrounding forest, unearthing a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along well-trodden paths. Within one such blind lay a journal, a chronicle of darkness penned by the hand of Victor Blackwood himself. The entries evolved from the predatory instincts of a hunter stalking wildlife to the chilling narratives of a predator preying upon unsuspecting humans. The final pages unfurled elaborate accounts of selecting and hunting each victim, a grotesque dance of death orchestrated by a mind steeped in malevolence. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned across jurisdictions, helicopters scouring the forest with thermal eyes, tactical units combing every crevice and cranny. Yet the elusive figure remained a phantom, slipping through the clutches of justice like a ghost in the night. And as the search intensified, Mason Wright vanished from the grasp of those sworn to protect him, leaving behind a cryptic message scrawled upon his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks stretched into months as the hunt for Mason and the forensic technician unfolded, their fates intertwined in a tapestry of shadows and whispers. A chilling discovery within Blackwood's house, a hidden workshop concealed behind a false wall, revealed a grim tableau of woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved name awaiting its place among the damned. Detective Keller recognized the name as that of the missing technician who had called in sick on the day of the revelation, his whereabouts a mystery shrouded in dread. A veil of surveillance descended upon the accursed house, cameras tracking every movement, sensors poised to detect any incursion. And on a night steeped in foreboding, the trap was sprung as sensors blared a warning. Security footage captured the spectral figure of Victor Blackwood, towering and gaunt, moving with an otherworldly grace towards the house, his form flickering like a specter in the gloom. Tactical teams closed in, only for the cameras to falter and the figure to dissolve into the night, leaving behind only a chill wind in his wake. To this day, the house stands under unyielding vigil, a monument to unspeakable horrors and vanished souls. Mason Wright and the missing technician remain lost to the shadows, their fates intertwined with the enigmatic figure of Victor Blackwood. The investigation presses on, fueled by the dread of similar disappearances echoing through forested realms. The names etched upon the walls have become a whispered legend among law enforcement circles, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurks within the heart of the woods. And as local hikers skirt around the house, shunning its haunted visage, a silent fear lingers, a fear that speaking its name may condemn one to join the spectral roster of the unspoken, lost to the depths of the forest's embrace. Story 19, the aged library faced its fate of being torn down. Workers were close to completing the demolition when a discovery halted their progress. Amidst the books, a worker stumbled upon a hidden latch within a bookshelf. With a soft click, the bookshelf swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a concealed room. The air inside was heavy, untouched for decades. In the center sat a solitary chair, firmly bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall was a haunting message: "I am still here." The construction foreman quickly radioed for the police. What started as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into something far more ominous. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned officer with 2 decades of experience, stood in the doorway, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, illuminating the chilling message on the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building added layers to the mystery. The library had once belonged to the Harrington family, a respected clan in the community who had handed over the building to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind only her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches and interviews, the case had gone cold, with the prevailing theory suggesting she had run away, a notion her family vehemently rejected, believing something more sinister had transpired. As forensic technicians meticulously combed through the hidden room, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall held traces of blood and skin cells beneath the layers of dust, hinting at a dark past. Initial analysis indicated the biological material belonged to a young female who had endured intense struggles while confined in the room. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, puzzled by the timing of the library donation coinciding with Rebecca's disappearance. Further investigation uncovered a disturbing connection. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records hinted at irregular payments to the contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, with one elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's peculiar behavior, spending solitary hours in the section of the building that housed the hidden room. The librarian remembered Maxwell's insistence on preserving that particular area during renovations, citing its historical significance. The investigation took a grim turn when DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's personal belongings. The chilling truth emerged: Rebecca had not fled but had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, possibly by a member of her own family. With a warrant in hand, detectives searched the Harrington estate, where they uncovered a journal hidden in a secret compartment of Maxwell's study. The journal detailed Maxwell's unsettling fixation on his niece, culminating in a final entry that revealed a sinister plan to silence her. Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's composed demeanor shattered. He confessed to the heinous crime, admitting to luring Rebecca to the library, imprisoning her, and ultimately taking her life when she attempted to escape. The revelation painted a gruesome picture of betrayal and tragedy. Excavation beneath the floor of the hidden room confirmed the presence of human remains, unveiling Rebecca's skeletal remains, still adorned with the silver bracelet gifted to her by her parents. Maxwell's sentencing brought closure to a long-standing injustice, as the Harrington family witnessed justice being served. The library demolition came to a halt, transforming into a place of remembrance and contemplation. Community members paid their respects by leaving flowers at the entrance, honoring Rebecca's memory and the truth that had lingered behind a bookshelf, waiting to be uncovered. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's plea, "I am still here," etched on the walls, ensured she would never be forgotten, her story echoing through the halls of justice and remembrance. Story 20. The new owners found the old intercom system in their Victorian manor intriguing, especially when it crackled late at night. It was like a whisper from the past, a forgotten relic with a mysterious allure. One night, curiosity got the better of the husband and he pressed the button. A voice crackled through, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he turned to his wife, who denied ever saying those words. The manor, nestled amidst ancient oak trees, held secrets within its walls. Daniel and Meredith Parker felt drawn to its history and charm, despite the unnerving incidents with the intercom. When Detective Sarah Reeves arrived in response to a call about a possible break-in, she sensed there was more to the story than met the eye. Daniel led the detective through the grand foyer, recounting how the strange occurrences began with the intercom, static whispers and then full sentences. In the living room, Meredith revealed a startling discovery hidden behind a Wall A leather-bound journal belonging to Alina, the previous owner. The entries spoke of her fears of her husband Vincent and hinted at a tragic end. As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had a dark past. Vincent had sold the house after Alina's disappearance, but no trace of her had ever been found. Forensic analysis of human remains unearthed on the property pointed to a grim truth: Vincent had murdered Alina and buried her beneath the garden shed. Vincent's confession exposed a web of deceit he had spun over the years to cover up his crime. The trial ended swiftly, with Vincent admitting guilt to the murder of his wife. The judge noted the cold, calculated nature of the crime and the years of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith, unable to shake the house's haunting past, decided to sell the property. Before leaving, they held a memorial for Alina in the garden, finally giving her the peace she deserved. The intercom, the eerie link to the past, was removed by the new owners during renovations. Detective Reeves revisited the case file one last time, pondering how the house had found a way to reveal its secrets through time. The justice system may have caught up with Vincent, but it was Alina's voice that had echoed through the years, seeking justice. The case became a legend among law enforcement, known as the house that answered back. Occasionally, as Detective Reeves passed by the property, she would slow down, listening for whispers carried on the wind, a reminder of the mysteries that lingered within the walls of the Victorian manor. Story 21. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded borders, capturing a birthday celebration long faded from memory. Smiles frozen in time, candles flickering innocently, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. Yet, as the daughter sifted through the box of forgotten photographs passed down to her, she noticed it. A presence lurking in the background of each image, subtly growing more defined with each passing snapshot. A mysterious man, cloaked in shadow, standing just beyond the warm glow of the candles, his features obscured from view. He did not belong to the family captured in the frames. No one could recall his presence that day or any other, and yet there he was, a specter haunting the edges of each photograph. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the haunting collection while sorting through her late mother's attic, the musty air thick with memories long buried. A simple cardboard box marked Memories revealed a treasure trove of bygone days, frozen in time through the lens of a camera. What should have been a comforting journey down memory lane quickly morphed into a descent into darkness. In the first photo, he was a mere whisper of a figure, a shadowy silhouette lingering on the periphery of her 7th birthday party. By the next snapshot, he had crept closer, his form more distinct as he infiltrated the scene. And in the following images, he loomed ominously behind family members, unnoticed by all but the camera's lens. Disturbed and trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the enigma that had gripped her soul. "Dad, who is this man in the background of these pictures?" she questioned, her voice quivering with unease. A heavy silence hung in the air before her father's response, a sharp intake of breath betraying his own disquiet. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone there but family," he uttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Seeking clarity and resolution, Sarah sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the unseen. As rain pattered against the windows of the precinct, casting dancing shadows across the room, Sarah laid out the eerie progression of photographs before the detective. His gaze lingered on each image, his expression unreadable yet intent. With a methodical precision, Detective Reed examined the evidence before him, tracing the phantom figure's calculated movements through the captured moments of joy. The man, elusive and enigmatic, seemed to inch closer to the children in each successive photo, a chilling presence lurking just beyond the frame of normalcy. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that the mysterious figure had eluded detection for decades, skillfully evading the gaze of those present in the photographs. Facial recognition technology faltered in its attempts to unmask the phantom, leaving behind only a trail of unanswered questions and mounting unease. However, a breakthrough emerged when a computer specialist delved into the images, uncovering hidden details that had long evaded scrutiny. A scar, a ring, a faint reflection, all pieces of a puzzle that began to form a chilling portrait of the unknown man haunting the family's memories. The turning point came with the revelation of dental records that linked the phantom figure to a dark chapter in the past. Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a shadowed past, had vanished under suspicious circumstances after being tied to unsolved child abductions that had plagued the region years before. With each piece of the puzzle falling into place, the chilling truth emerged. Keller had roamed unnoticed through countless family gatherings, his presence a sinister specter hiding in plain sight. The trail of disappearances that followed in his wake spoke of a darkness that had long lurked beneath the surface, concealed within snapshots of joy and celebration. Authorities delved into Keller's past, unearthing chilling relics of his crimes buried beneath the foundations of his former residence. Each item discovered told a harrowing tale of lives interrupted and innocence shattered, connecting the dots between long-forgotten tragedies and the enigmatic figure that had haunted Sarah's family photos. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the evidence of a nightmare come to life, Sarah grappled with the weight of the revelations that had shattered her sense of security. The detective's call, confirming the identification of remains tied to the cold cases, echoed in her mind, a somber reminder of the horrors that had lurked in the shadows for so long. Gazing at the final birthday photo, Sarah saw not just a snapshot of a celebration, but a chilling tableau of a predator lurking in the shadows, his presence an ominous specter haunting her past. The warmth of the candlelight bathed her family's faces in a gentle glow, oblivious to the danger that had lingered just beyond their joyous gathering. Through the lens of time and truth, the hidden figure in the family photos emerged from the shadows, his malevolent presence finally exposed to the light of justice. The phantom who had stalked the edges of happiness, unseen and unnoticed, had been unmasked at last, his legacy of darkness laid bare for all to see. As Sarah carefully placed the photos back in their box, each image now a testament to the unseen dangers that lurk within seemingly ordinary moments, she pondered the fragility of memory and the resilience of truth. Sometimes the most insidious threats are those that evade the naked eye, slipping through the cracks of perception to haunt us from the shadows of the past. Story 22, the gentle current whispered its lullaby that tranquil morning, the water mirroring the sky's calmness. The fisherman's eyes wandered lazily until they caught sight of a peculiar sight, a solitary suitcase drifting near the shore. Initially dismissed as discarded belongings, a pungent odor wafted towards him as he approached. The suitcase was bound by chains, its edges weathered by time. With a creak, the authorities pried it open, revealing a haunting truth. Not clothes within, but twisted strands of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the depths a cryptic message, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer exhaled slowly, her handkerchief pressed delicately against her nose, absorbing the sorrowful scene before her. The victim, a woman in her 30s, adorned with dark locks and ghostly skin, now marked by the water's touch. The medical examiner worked meticulously, capturing every detail before the body was tenderly lifted away. What struck Mercer most was not the disposal method, but the eerie reverence shown to the victim, manicured nails, freshly styled hair, draped in opulent attire. She wasn't discarded here, Mercer mused, her gaze fixed on the gentle waves caressing the muddy bank. She was prepared, presented. Identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate maven renowned for her dealings in luxury properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within an affluent enclave. Colleagues painted her as ambitious, precise, and enigmatic, her absence noted by an assistant when she failed to grace a pivotal showing for affluent clients. She wouldn't miss that appointment, the assistant insisted, her voice unwavering. That sale was her pinnacle. In Walsh's contemporary abode, investigators found order reigning supreme, furniture meticulously arranged, surfaces devoid of dust. The refrigerator housed regimented meals, labeled by day, while her closet boasted garments organized by hue, shoes sheltered in sheaths. An anomaly in her office, a slightly ajar drawer harboring a leather-bound journal. The final entry chillingly stated, "He's watching again, same car, different plates." Digital traces hinted at an unsettling pattern, numerous messages from anonymous sources, all bearing the same eerie message. I see your perfection. Mercer pieced together these clues, the meticulous arrangement of the victim, the elaborate display. Our culprit is precise, she murmured to her partner. This was no crime of passion, this was a ritual. A breakthrough arose from an unexpected source, a local pawnbroker recognizing Walsh's emerald necklace among his wares. The culprit, a regular patron named Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker. Surveillance footage unveiled Linden's frequent visits to Walsh's domain, sometimes with his maintenance cart, others without, always during her absences. Linden's modest dwelling yielded a chilling trove, walls festooned with photos of Walsh and akin women, captured surreptitiously. Some images defaced with crimson strokes. Walsh, the third victim. Concealed within a closet's facade, a shrine emerged. Mementos of each victim meticulously arrayed, a hairbrush with wisps, tissues imprinted with lipstick, keys, receipts. Each assembly accompanied by a journal detailing routines, preferences, habits. Linden's presence in the interrogation room exuded an eerie chill. Neat, soft-spoken, seemingly devoid of malice, confronted with evidence, his demeanor remained stoic. They were flawed, he intoned, his voice devoid of inflection. They masqueraded as perfect, but I saw beneath. Catherine's desk drawer was always chaotic, her lipstick application imperfect, her perfection was a fa death. The quest for the initial victims hinted in his note unveiled 2 more suitcases in remote locales. Within, women resembling Walsh, real estate mavens touting perfectionist standards. At trial, Linden sat immobile, his countenance vacant as prosecutors elucidated his methods. Months of stalking, learning, intruding, studying. A correction of perceived flaws, hair washed, makeup applied meticulously, garments worn with reverence before their lives met their end. Families of the victims bore silent witness as the judge decreed a life sentence sans parole. For Mercer, the case concluded officially, yet shadows loomed. What drove Linden's fixation on these women? What imperfection within himself did he seek to expunge through his deeds? The river meandered downstream, carrying away all traces, its waters purged of the past. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk lay copies of those chilling diaries, an enduring reminder that behind facades of normalcy, shadows may lurk, waiting for a solitary flaw to unveil the darkness within. Story 23. The old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. The heating system sighed with the weight of years gone by, the pipes murmuring stories of the past. It was all part of the building's ancient song, a lullaby for the restless souls seeking refuge within its walls. She, a tenant in this aging abode, had grown accustomed to the creaks and moans that echoed through the rooms. But one night, as she lay in bed, a sound pierced the usual symphony of the building, a voice, soft and elusive, slipping through the vents like a ghostly whisper. It beckoned to her, calling her name in a delicate cadence that sent shivers down her spine. With hesitant curiosity, she pressed her ear against the cold metal grate, the chill of the night air caressing her cheek. And then, in a tone both eerie and alluring, the voice spoke again, almost teasingly, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw, a figure of calm in the heart of chaos, stood in the empty apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed. Around her, the forensics team moved with methodical precision, capturing every detail with their flashing cameras. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until the scent of decay crept through the building. What they unearthed within the ventilation system defied logic and reason. Officer Patel, his voice a solemn murmur, recounted Alina's accounts of hearing voices through the vents, dismissed as mere quirks of an old building by the management. But Shaw, kneeling beside the vent, traced her fingers over the deep scratch marks that marred its edges, evidence of a desperate struggle to break free from within. The realization struck her these marks, these cries for help, painted a haunting picture of a woman trapped in her own home, tormented by unseen forces. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had withered away in the shadows of her own fears. Her once vibrant existence now reduced to whispers in the walls and a chilling absence that lingered in the air. Her sister's tearful words echoed in Shaw's mind, painting a portrait of a woman haunted by invisible eyes and unheard voices, a victim of a terror that crept unseen through the cracks of her reality. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's world, the pieces of the puzzle began to form a sinister image. Fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and most unsettling of all, the recordings from Alina's phone that captured the spectral voice that had plagued her nights, a voice that whispered of dark promises and twisted desires. The history of the apartment building revealed a tapestry of dread, woven with threads of past tenants who had fled in haste, driven mad by the unseen specter that lurked within the walls. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent with keys to every door, emerged as a figure of suspicion, his calm facade crumbling under Shaw's penetrating gaze. His denials rang hollow, his evasions casting shadows of doubt upon his innocence. But it was in the hidden recesses of Alina's own sanctuary that the true horror revealed itself, a secret passage concealed behind a loose tile, a pathway to the heart of darkness that ran like a serpent through the building's veins. Within this hidden realm, a trove of artifacts spoke of a voyeur's obsession, a twisted dance of intimacy forged in shadows and whispers. Weber's pristine facade crumbled in the face of evidence, his digital diary a testament to his perverse fixation on Alina, a macabre dance of predator and prey played out in the shadows of the building. The storage unit, a macabre gallery of stolen moments and shattered lives, stood as a grim testimony to the horrors that lurked within the walls. As the truth unfurled like a black rose in bloom, Weber's mask of sanity slipped, revealing the abyss that dwelled within his soul. His chilling words, his twisted proclamations of a bond with the building itself, sent shivers down Shaw's spine, a reminder of the darkness that dwelt within the human heart. The trial was a somber affair, a stage for the unveiling of a nightmare that had festered in the shadows for too long. Weber's hollow defense crumbled beneath the weight of his crimes, the jury's verdict a resounding condemnation of his malevolent deeds. But even as he was led away, his eyes alight with a madness that defied comprehension, his parting words echoed through the halls of the courtroom, a chilling promise of whispers that would never cease. The once haunted apartment building now stood silent, a monument to the terrors that had unfolded within its walls. Despite the veneer of normalcy that now cloaked its aging facade, the whispers of the past lingered in the air, a spectral chorus that sang of forgotten sorrows and unseen terrors. The residents who dared to dwell within its ancient halls spoke of strange sounds that echoed through the night, of whispers that caressed their dreams with icy fingers. The building lived on, a silent sentinel of the horrors that had once dwelt within its heart, a reminder that some nightmares never truly fade away. Story 24. In the quiet stillness of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor-esque screen like a fleeting shadow passing through. The mother, nestled in her bed, barely noticed it at first. A glitch, she thought, a harmless blip in the digital world. But then the crackling static filled the room, and a whisper, soft and chilling, cut through the darkness. SHHH, go back to sleep. Her heart skipped a beat, a cold shiver running down her spine as her blood turned to ice. With trembling hands, she hurried to her son's room, the urgency pounding in her chest. Yet upon flinging open the door, she was met with an eerie emptiness. The crib stood vacant, untouched. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the room was a stuffed rabbit, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her, as if silently bearing witness to the unknown. Rebecca's scream pierced the silence, echoing through the house until her voice grew hoarse and raw. The sound carried beyond the walls, reaching the ears of concerned neighbors who swiftly dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they found a distraught mother, cradling the stuffed rabbit, her world shattered in an instant. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that swallowed her whole. The investigation that followed seemed to lead only to dead ends. There were no signs of forced entry, the security system remained steadfastly armed, and the recorded footage from the baby monitor offered only a glimpse of the inexplicable, a voice from the shadows, a presence unseen. Suspicion clouded the air, casting its shadow over Rebecca. Her husband, Daniel, absent on business during the ordeal, emerged as a figure of scrutiny. Their strained marriage, the whispers of postpartum struggles, all painted a portrait of familial unrest. The detective's keen eye noted Rebecca's unnervingly composed demeanor, a stark contrast to the turmoil of a mother robbed of her child. Yet a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness when microscopic fibers, foreign and strange, were discovered on the nursery windowsill. They whispered of a clandestine entrance, a skilled intruder's touch upon the sanctity of their home. The focus shifted, unveiling a chilling new narrative of shadows and secrets. As the threads of the investigation unraveled, a revelation emerged, a figure cloaked in darkness, moving with purpose in the dead of night. A footprint in the soil, a specialized boot, all pointed towards a sinister truth lurking in the shadows of their lives. When Daniel returned, a storm of questions awaited him, his hands bearing the marks of a hidden past. Rock climbing, a newfound hobby, now cast a shadow of doubt upon his intentions. Financial discrepancies, secret liaisons, a web of deceit woven through encrypted messages, all laid bare in the harsh light of scrutiny. Amidst the chaos, a twisted connection emerged, a ghost from the past stepping into the present. Elaine, a woman haunted by loss, emerged as the orchestrator of a macabre plan. The baby monitor, a conduit of deception, led the investigators to a chilling discovery: a child, kept hidden in plain sight, a pawn in a game of fractured desires. The trial bore witness to the unraveling of a carefully crafted facade, the truth echoing through the courtroom in hushed tones. The whispered voice of the monitor, the cough of a guilty man, each piece of evidence weaving a tapestry of betrayal and deceit. In the end, justice prevailed, casting its light upon the darkness that had threatened to consume them all. Rebecca and Samuel, survivors of a harrowing ordeal, found solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of their past. And as the night reclaimed its silence, the stuffed rabbit remained, a silent sentinel of a truth buried deep within its glassy black eyes. The baby monitor, a silent witness to the mysteries of the night, held within its digital confines the echoes of a tale that transcended the boundaries of the imaginable. Story 25. She always avoided venturing into the attic, finding it unsettling. But when a fierce storm led to a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to face her fears. The attic, shrouded in shadows and filled with the remnants of the past, greeted her with a musty scent of neglect. Amidst the forgotten items, cloaked in layers of dust and cobwebs, stood an old dollhouse, silently beckoning her attention. The dollhouse was a peculiar sight, intricately designed with miniature furniture meticulously arranged within its tiny rooms. However, as she peered closer, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures inside were not ordinary dolls. They were delicate hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each miniature figure placed with eerie accuracy, mirroring the exact positions of her family members in their daily lives, with one unsettling exception. The figure meant to represent her was not seated as the others, but stood by the attic door, as if watching over the miniature world within. Running her finger along the dollhouse's roof, she traced the spot where the tiny wooden figure stood, sending a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the chill in the air whispering through the attic. The presence of the dollhouse puzzled her deeply. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. Alarmed and bewildered by the discovery, she reached out to law enforcement, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, was initially skeptical, attributing the unsettling dollhouse to a prank or the imaginations of a family adjusting to a new environment. However, the intricate detail of the miniature figures soon captured her attention, each one flawlessly capturing unique traits of the family members. Forensic analysis unveiled an unsettling truth. The dollhouse was not just a whimsical creation, but a sophisticated surveillance device. Tiny cameras hidden within the miniature figures had been meticulously monitoring the family's every move, capturing their daily routines with alarming precision. As the investigation delved deeper, a hidden entrance to the basement was uncovered, leading to a secret living space where the intruder had been covertly residing beneath the unsuspecting family's feet. The absence of forced entry and the revelation of the previous owner's demise added layers of mystery to the unfolding narrative. Digital forensics traced the surveillance data to an unexpected source, Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. His disturbing obsession with the property and its occupants came to light, revealing a twisted desire for control and possession that had spiraled into a web of deception. Wells' chilling confession unveiled a mind consumed by possessive delusion, unable to let go of his childhood home and resorting to extreme measures to maintain a grip on its inhabitants. The dollhouse became a macabre symbol of his dominance, a way to manipulate and observe the lives of others from the shadows. The impact of Wells' actions on the Morgan family was profound, shattering their sense of security and leaving behind a lingering fear of being watched. The unsettling truth that they had been unwitting pawns in a twisted game of surveillance haunted them long after they left the tainted house behind. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate laws and raised questions about privacy and disclosure in property transactions. Wells faced a multitude of charges, but the scars he left on the lives of those he violated ran deep, a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind the facade of a seemingly ordinary home. As the family sought solace in a new beginning, the echoes of their past ordeal lingered, a reminder that sometimes the most chilling horrors are not found in the shadows but hidden in plain sight, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to confront the unknown. Story 26. In a quiet neighborhood where whispers of a vanished young woman lingered, a vacant house stood still, untouched by life for years. The air inside was heavy with neglect, carrying the weight of time gone by. When the new tenants ventured in, they discovered a locked bedroom, a mystery within a mystery. With effort, they forced the door open, revealing a scene frozen in solitude. The bed neatly made, the mirror devoid of dust. A lone candle, its flame long extinguished, left behind a pool of hardened wax resembling tears frozen in time. Amidst this eerie tableau lay a notebook, open to a page fresh with ink, a silent witness to the past. Detective Morgan, with a sense of quiet determination, delved into the notebook's secrets while forensic experts combed the room for hidden truths. The handwriting within belonged to Elise Winters, a young soul lost to the shadows almost half a decade ago. Her words, once precise and deliberate, now bore the weight of fear and urgency in the final entry, dated the night of her disappearance. "I know he's watching me tonight," the inked plea echoed across the pages. "The same car circles, a silent predator in the night. I've cried out for aid, but my words fall on deaf ears. If fate should take me, know it was no chance occurrence." With a heavy heart, the detective closed the book, preserving Elise's final testament within an evidence bag. A faint scent lingered in the room, a subtle hint of something unseen, a lingering mystery intertwined with the dust of forgotten days. The landlord, a figure of pale unease, stood at the threshold, haunted by the secrets locked within the very walls he thought he knew so well. "We checked every corner before listing it." His voice trembled with disbelief. "That door should not have been sealed shut." Elise, a diligent paralegal entangled in the webs of a powerful law firm, had unearthed secrets buried deep within corporate files. Her colleagues spoke of her dedication turned obsession, her pursuit of truth leading her down a path of shadows. The photographs of a woman with fiery hair and piercing eyes revealed a story of a mind too sharp to be silenced, a spirit too fierce to be forgotten. Within the chamber of mystery, where time had stood still, the investigators sought answers in the absence of clues. No trace of violence, no crimson stains to betray a struggle, only a room frozen in time, a silent witness to a tale untold. As the search deepened, hidden truths emerged from the depths of shadows. A concealed compartment revealed a key and a flash drive, leading to a vault of damning revelations. Documents unveiled a web of deceit, a sinister dance of falsified trials and dark secrets buried beneath the facade of justice. The truth, like a hidden current beneath still waters, emerged when the digital veil was lifted. Voices of guilt echoed in the recordings, sealing the fate of those who thought themselves untouchable. Justice, a silent guardian, waited patiently for its moment to strike. Vincent Harriman, a figure of power and privilege, found himself ensnared in the web of his own making. His attempts to erase the past only served to unveil the darkness within. The hidden passage, a gateway to secrets long buried, bore witness to his deeds in the dead of night. In the courtroom, where shadows of the past danced with the light of truth, justice found its mark. Elise's voice, a whisper from beyond the grave, guided the scales of justice to their final judgment. Harriman's denials crumbled in the face of evidence left behind, a legacy of a life cut short by greed and betrayal. The house, a silent sentinel of forgotten dreams, stood once more in solitude. Its walls whispered of the past, of a young woman's courage in the face of darkness. Locals shunned its shadowed facade, haunted by the echoes of a life lost to the night. In the stillness of the empty rooms, a light flickered in the upstairs window, a beacon of justice shining bright in the darkness. Elise's legacy, a tale of bravery and sacrifice, lived on in the silence of the house she never truly left. The truth, a silent witness to her courage, remained etched in the walls of the room where her spirit lingered, a guardian of justice in a world of shadows. Story 27. The new residents believed it to be a mere case of peeling wallpaper. Yet as they delicately removed the layers, a different tale unfolded beneath. Inked onto the wall repeatedly was a name. The same name filling every crevice, inscribed in a hurried, uneven manner. It wasn't the name of the prior inhabitants. It didn't exist in any official records. However, upon scouring the name online, they stumbled upon a solitary search result, a missing persons case from decades gone by. And the most unsettling part, the woman captured in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had handed them the keys to the house. Michael and Sarah Klein had no immediate plans to renovate the Victorian-era dwelling. The alluring old abode came with an unexpectedly modest price tag, and the previous owner, a reserved, graceful woman with silver-streaked dark locks, seemed eager to part with the property, mentioning her upcoming move across the country. The couple had been captivated by the home's personality, its intricate woodwork and lofty ceilings whispering stories of a bygone era. It all began with a faint water stain in the main bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowing discoloration seeping through the floral wallpaper. When Michael gingerly prodded at it, the paper crumbled, unveiling another layer beneath. Intrigued, they commenced peeling back the damaged portion. The initial layer revealed outdated paisley designs from what they presumed to be the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper harking back to an earlier era. However, as they proceeded, something unexpected surfaced in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scrawls, but a name, Alina Winters, engraved repeatedly, the handwriting growing increasingly frantic and erratic across the wall. "Who is Alina Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingertips tracing the frenzied script. The revelation left them both unsettled. That evening, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop aglow, delving into property records. The house had exchanged hands multiple times over the years. No trace of Alina Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who had handed them the keys was recorded as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, clutching a mug of coffee. Try searching just the name. The online quest yielded scant results until they stumbled upon an archived newspaper article, digitally preserved from microfiche. Alina Winters, aged 27, reported missing in the winter months. The monochrome photograph showcased a youthful woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that mirrored those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article dates back 30 years, Michael murmured, his voice barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. Margaret would be the right age now, but Sarah gulped. The missing woman never received closure, no body discovered, no suspects identified. Their curiosity morphed into an obsession. Sarah reached out to the former homeowners, retracing their steps through county archives. The renovation project came to a standstill as they dedicated their evenings to this impromptu investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for a mere 7 months before passing it on to them, peculiar, considering the extensive paperwork and inspection processes they had undergone. The retired detective assigned to the cold case had long since hung up his badge. When Michael managed to track him down, the man vividly recalled the investigation. His voice crackled through the speakerphone as he recounted the details. Alina Winters was reported missing by her roommate, no signs of struggle at her apartment, her car abandoned near the highway. The case went cold swiftly, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before inquiring, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" A weighty silence lingered on the line. "Number name doesn't ring a bell. Why?" Upon sharing their discovery and sending him juxtaposed photos of both women, the retired detective pledged to make some inquiries. Within days, a detective from the current force reached out, seeking permission to scrutinize the wall, their residence transformed into an active crime scene. Forensic teams meticulously documented and extracted portions of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Graphology specialists compared the wall inscriptions to samples of Alina's penmanship from old journals provided by her kin. The findings were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed compartment beneath the bedroom closet's floorboards. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. Each bore the same countenance with subtle discrepancies, varying hair hues, glasses, expressions. The ultimate ID, Margaret Cavendish, aligned with their home cellar. When authorities attempted to trace Margaret using the forwarding address she had given, they discovered its non-existence. Her phone number had been disconnected. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had vanished, much like Alina Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that drastically reshaped the investigation. DNA examination of hair strands unearthed from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. However, fingerprints extracted from the writing itself correlated with an entirely different profile, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had eluded authorities multiple times over the years. Her medical records unveiled a bone-chilling detail. One of her documented alter egos identified herself as Alina. The investigation uncovered that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood companion, fixated on her to the point of imitation. When Alina rebuffed her increasingly unsettling advances, something within Rebecca fractured. She assumed Alina's identity literally and metaphorically, and crafted an intricate array of personas to sustain the facade. The scribbled name epitomized Rebecca's desperate endeavor to cling to reality, to remember her true self beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both a confession and a cell, a tangible manifestation of her shattered psyche. Sarah and Michael observed from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had abruptly heated up. The remains unearthed from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended while attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. Confronted with evidence, the persona presenting as Margaret crumbled, giving way to another one who admitted to the heinous act in a fit of jealousy. The names on the wall had served as both a memorial and a manifestation of guilt, etched by a fractured mind struggling to grasp remnants of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their idyllic home became notorious, a mere footnote in the annals of true crime, forever remembered as the dwelling where the walls themselves bore witness to a tragedy.